The meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order for our special meeting. Roll call, Geiger.
Present.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger. Here. Great. The purpose of this meeting is to convene an executive session, a closed session pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024EI for purposes of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators as related to the terms of the superintendent's contract. Do I have a motion to go into executive session for those purposes?
Move to executive session for those purposes.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Myers. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great. We will move into executive session and then we will adjourn in public. For a quick moment to announce who is going to be in executive session. The motion carries, as everyone knows, and the board will now convene an executive session in the superintendent's conference room. In addition to all 7 board members, outside counsel from Kaplan and Ernest, Kristen Edgar will join us in executive session, and then we will return to adjourn in public. We are running a little bit late in executive session, so I believe we will probably be starting the meeting about 5:10. I apologize for starting late, but thank you guys so much. session, and we will adjourn from our executive session, and then we will take a quick 5-minute break and be back by 5:10, as I promised earlier. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger? Aye. All right, it's now adjourned. The meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Geiger.
Present.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving into the DCSD spotlight.
Okay, good evening, directors. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we will recognize an incredible student as well as some dedicated staff members. So let's get started with Thunder Ridge High School student Levi DeBoer. Come up here for me, please. Principal Sean Patterson and Assistant Superintendent Danny Windsor. Please come on and join us up front, and then I will talk about why we are honoring this amazing young man. Levi was named the 2024 Eagle Scout of the Year by the Castle Rock chapter and the Colorado Society of the Sons of the American Revolution. This award is based not only upon scouting participation, but personal achievements and community service. Levi will now represent Colorado Eagle Scouts in the National Arthur M. and Bernadette King Eagle Scout contest in Washington, D.C. That's very exciting. And so, Levi, we are so proud of you and congratulations. So first, how about a big round of applause for Levi? And Levi, I'd love to have you tell us a little bit about what this award means to you.
I've been a part of the Sons of the American Revolution since I was 7 years old, so I've seen a lot of Eagle Scouts go through even since I joined Boy Scouts. So it kind of, I guess, inspired me to get all the way through, make it to Eagle. I've learned a lot in my life just from trying to get there, and then this was just kind of a bonus. So I just also wanted to thank everybody on the school board for giving my school the funding for my welding program and the tech programs, because without Boy Scouts, I probably wouldn't know what I'm doing after high school, and now I'm going to be a welder and got accepted into that school as well. So, yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. And Principal Peterson, I'm sure you have a lot to say.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane, school board members, for honoring Levi tonight on his accomplishment and achievement. And a little bit about the award. It's 50 given out all across the United States. So you're #1 in Colorado, so you're like a state champion here for this. And 15 go on to Washington, D.C. So we're definitely super proud of you for what you've done and for what you accomplished. He wrote an essay, so that essay is going to be part of this. And it's an essay about the putting himself as a soldier in the Revolutionary War. And based on that essay is what they're looking at. So congratulations on that. So Levi, to get to where he's at today, like you said, 6 years old, he has over 43 merit badges. And to be an Eagle Scout, he has to only go through 21. So you're above and beyond. You broke the curve on that, so congratulations on that. But just to be considered for this award, some of the things that that they look at: your exceptional leadership, community service. You have to have a minimum of 50 hours. He had over 280 hours. Good character, as we all know, and the growth that you've had at Thunder Ridge High School since your freshman year today, that exemplifies why you're here today. And an impactful service project. What Levi did, he did an orienteering project. If you know what that is, that means you will never get lost. So those that don't know what it is, it's about compass and maps. So what he did at Roxborough State Park, he designed a compass and maps over 17 miles worth of trails so nobody would get lost at that state park. So if they get lost, it's not your fault, it's their fault. So if you go out to Roxborough State Park, take one of those trails and see the compass and maps on there, that's because of you, Levi. So that's an amazing feat. So thank you. Like he said, he's part of our welding program. He's also part of the automotive program at Douglas County High School. He'll go to Hope Art Tech next year. And like you said, we want to thank Douglas County School District for the CTE programs and what they're doing and how they're growing those programs, because like Levi said, because of that is where he's at today. And next year he's going to be do an apprentice, and he's going to probably make more money than all of us someday because of the programs that we're able to have in Douglas County Schools. So we truly, truly appreciate that. Thunder Ridge High School is proud of you. I'm proud of you. Our community is proud of you. Douglas County, the state of Colorado, and your grandparents that are here tonight are super proud of you. So congratulations. It's a great day to be a Grizzly, and thank you for all you do.
Recording in progress.
So Levi and I just met, and so I'm not even going to pretend like I know my friend here, but I heard some pretty quick things from Levi as soon as I met him. One, you can see his presence in the sense of who he is. The first thing I noticed was just one, your humility about this work. And I think the one thing I so appreciate is, one, you've taken advantage of the incredible opportunities you have. You sought after them, and you're taking advantage of those as well. And so we know that takes an incredible support system for that to happen as well, too. You have incredible cheerleaders at the school that want you to be successful. We also just want to honestly thank this board as well for the opportunities you provide for our kids to be connected as well. We know that partnership we have with folks not only internally with our programming, but outside of our schools as well is vitally important. So just congrats to you. I know it takes a lot of determination to get to the place where you were. I know you won't say it out loud, but again, talks a lot about your character. So congratulations.
And Director Meek from the Board of Education is here to give you your certificate.
I go just on Tuesdays and Thursdays for just one period.
To Washington, D.C.
Oh, Washington D.C. That's if I win that. Should be coming up soon.
He'll win it. He'll win it. And truly, our Board of Education did make so many of the pathways possible that our kids are following, and we're all really grateful for that. So let's do some pictures. Stacy, how about one picture, and then I'd love to have Levi's grandparents come up and join us as well. Thank you. Congratulations again. Congratulations. Congratulations, Levi. We're so proud of you. Okay. We have so many things to celebrate in March, and one of March's milestones is that National Nutrition Month is in March, and I'll talk a little bit more about that during my updates. But we want to take this opportunity to celebrate our DCSD Nutrition Services team. So I'd like to have Jennifer Pfeiffer, Lucy Perez, Amy Farrisee, and Jana Schleisner come on up here to help us celebrate our nutrition services folks. So come on up. Thanks, you guys. Thanks for being here. All right, our nutrition services teams continue to do an extraordinary job serving so many meals, not only to our students, but also to our staff. This is the second year of the Colorado Healthy Meals for All program. And as you can imagine, the number of students accessing meals has increased significantly over the last couple of years, to say the least. So get this, 4.4 million breakfasts and lunches have been served to DCSD students so far this year. 4.4 million. I can't even. This is also the second year that we have offered our wonderful DCSD staff members a lunch at no additional cost. When we started Healthy Meals for All, I asked these ladies if while we're feeding all the kids, would you be willing to just, throw in the staff as well? How hard could it be? Well, pretty hard. I believe I read 265,000 meals have been served to DCSD staff in this up from 240,000 this time last year. So it goes without saying that the work that you guys do for our kids and our staff is absolutely extraordinary. And especially over the last couple of years, having to very, very quickly increase capacity so that we can feed so many more students and the staff. It's just amazing. So I thought I would let each of you talk a little bit about the experience the last couple of years of giving lunch to all of our students.
Well, thank you. I think, again, we're really proud of everything we've done the last several years. Our program has changed from March 2020 to now about 17 times, I think. So we're just proud we're able to keep up with it, continue feeding our kids, feeding our staff now, getting to showcase what we do for them so they know what their kids are accessing as well. And we've got 400 staff members helping us do that we could not be more grateful for, and including 40 staff members at our office and a whole fleet of warehouse team drivers, 3 repair techs out there trying to keep 90 schools worth of equipment working. So we're really just grateful for the people that we have helping us behind it. And we often need welding help, Levi. Give me your card. They're hard to come by. So we're just really thankful for the people behind us letting us do this. And again, the kids for eating with us every day.
That's fantastic. You ladies want to add anything?
I mean, I love my job. I get to work with food and students every day, and then the staff. I make the menus and work with the fabulous industry partners we have too. So, I mean, it's an incredible field to be in, and the team we have is phenomenal. I could just talk forever, so I won't. I'll get passed on.
I don't really have much to add because Jen kind of summarized everything that we do and what we're thankful for and all the support that we get from the district and all of our wonderful employees that do so much work and work so hard every day, to provide the meals. Yeah, thank you.
I'll just say I'm really proud to be up here with these 3. They're passionate about food, they're passionate about nutrition, passionate about feeding our kids, and you really can't exaggerate the number of things that we have thrown at this group over the past 5 years to go, how about this? And they really dive in and problem solve and make things work to keep doing what we do so well of feeding all the kids and our employees within the district. So thank you all.
So I'd also like to thank the 400 employees that work with you all. My quick math says that is 11,000 meals a year per employee. I'm just going to say that again. 11,000 meals a year per employee. That's really, really incredible. So thank you again for all the work that you do. And President Williams is here for your certificate. How about one more round of applause for this amazing team? And that concludes tonight's recognitions. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 6, the acceptance of the agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Weiniger, second by Myers. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson? Aye. Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 7-0, and we will move into superintendent updates.
Terrific. Thank you so much. First of all, welcome to March. This school year is absolutely flying by. Spring break is only 2 weeks away, and as we know, the remainder of the school year will feel like a blur after that. I, for one, am hoping that we can take it easy on the snow so that we can get through the spring with a minimal use of snow days or delay starts. There is a lot happening in March, so I will list as many of the milestones, events, and celebrations as I can. This week, many of our schools are celebrating Read Across America Week with reading challenges, guest classroom readers, and more. I know every year I'm able to participate in one of those Read Across America weeks in one of our elementary schools, and it is absolutely one of the highlights of my year. This week is also National School Social Worker Week. We are incredibly thankful to our school social workers and all they do for our students. It's also Social and Emotional Learning Week, as well as National School Breakfast Week. March is also Women's History Month, National Disabilities Month, National Music in Our Schools Month, National Nutrition Month, as we heard earlier, Brain Injury Awareness Month, Youth Art Month, Athletic Training Month, Middle Level Education Month, and Irish American Heritage Month. Other important days coming up in March include International Women's Day on March 8th and World Down Syndrome Day on March 21st. Last week, I had the privilege of attending the Parker State of the Town meeting. During the event, our very own Jason Jacob, principal of Legend High School, received the Impact Award from the Parker Rotary Club. This award recognizes an individual or group of individuals whose service to the Parker community exemplifies Rotary's motto, service above self. That certainly embodies who Principal Jason Jacob is as a person and as a school leader. So we are very proud of him. Last week, I also had the absolute pleasure of attending the inaugural DCSD Legis Campus Career and Hiring Fair for students. What an amazing event. The Legacy Campus partnered with the Arapahoe Douglas Works Workforce Center for this event. The fair gave hundreds of high school students the chance to speak with representatives from 63 different regional employers about possibilities in their specific career pathway, practice job interviewing skills, and in some cases, they even got hired on the spot. It was just incredible, and it was so neat to see our kids interact with future employers. We'd like to congratulate 2 of our librarians for earning the Highly Effective Schools Through Libraries Management Credential from CDE. Gretchen Stutlock, teacher librarian at Castleview High School, and Jillian Blake, librarian assistant at Castleview High School. Additionally, we congratulate Gina Bernacci, teacher librarian at Highlands Ranch High School, for earning the environment credential. This program recognizes outstanding school library programs and libraries while providing guidance for K-12 educators as they support student achievement and prepare learners for 21st century success. DCSD recently honored its exceptional middle school and high school female athletes at the annual Girls and Women in Sports Luncheon. CBS News Colorado sports anchor Rami Bean hosted as we recognized our amazing students who are accelerating both on the field and in the classroom. Mountain Vista High School has earned yet another national championship. They earned first place in medium jazz varsity category at the National Dance Alliance competition in February. Congratulations also to Legend High School for placing 6th in the large game day and 6th in large palms. The March Parent University webinar will focus on the topic of empowering student athletes, strategies for combating burnout and stress. The guest speaker will be mental toughness coach Stacy Ingram from Cultivate Your Courage. This takes place on Wednesday, March 26th at 5:30 p.m. and all are welcome. Highlands Ranch High School is hosting its annual Hall of Fame event on Friday, March 28th. Congratulations to those honorees. Highlands Ranch High School, of course, has a very rich history here in Douglas County. The 2025 Apple Reveal event, hosted by the Foundation for Douglas County Schools, is coming up on Saturday, March 29th at the Legacy campus. We can't wait to find out who this year's Apple Award winners will be. I want to thank our Board of Education members for supporting and attending the Apple Awards. It means the world to our educators, and I am personally extremely excited for this event every single year. And then finally, just a reminder to move your clocks forward this weekend as we enter daylight savings time, which means we all need to have a little more grace in the mornings at people on the roads who might be perhaps a little grumpier than usual with 1 hour less sleep. So thank you so much, and that concludes my updates.
Thank you. All right. moving into public comment. Tonight, speakers will be allotted 3 minutes. Please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests or staff in the room. And please also keep comments appropriate for a K-12 audience. And we would also ask that you please make sure the microphone is adjusted to your mouth so that we can hear you. All right, so we are going to start with our students first. So we have Caden Blaylock, then Gregory Gerbaz, and Hayden Kersey. I'm sorry if I messed those up. So Caden.
Thank you for having us here. I'm Max Luth, and Caden could not make it to this today, but we go to Legend High School. Now, nobody likes to have to wake up early, and no one likes to be late for work. The current order of school starts is high school first, middle school second, and elementary school last. It's to no surprise that high school students have more homework and more after-school activities than any of the other younger students, and it can build up. On average, high school students stay up till 11. In fact, UCLA Health states there is a shift in timing of your circadian rhythms. Before puberty, your body makes you sleepy at around 8 or 9 p.m. When puberty begins, this rhythm shifts a couple of hours later. Now your body tells you to go to sleep around 10 or 11 p.m. And yet these older kids are waking up the earliest. On top of that, high school students are able to get themselves to school on their own, while younger students are not. Parents are getting to work later due to having to drop off their youngest kids because of the current schedule. Cherry Creek School District has their schools in the starting order of elementary school starting at 8 a.m., high school starting at 8:20, and middle school starting at 8:50. While this puts high schoolers in a better position to get sleep while maintaining any sports, jobs, and homework and other such things, we believe that elementary going earliest starting at 7:30, middle school second at 8, and high school starting latest at 8:30 would be most optimal for all of our students and parents. These times could fluctuate as they're only a suggestion, but this change helps parents drop off their younger kids and still make it to work in time, and still allows high school students to have the time they need to sleep and get all their after-school activities done. Thank you for your time and your listening.
Thank you. Gregory Gerbaz. All right, Hayden Kersey.
Good evening, Douglas County School Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Hayden Kersey, and I'm a senior at Legend High School. I am here today to speak about an issue that affects me and many others like me. I am a special education student, and like others, I love sports. Legend High School has the best unified program in the district. Legend Unified currently offers 6 different sports. The opportunity to play sports is important to me. However, my opportunity to play sports against other teams is limited. Not that many schools participate in unified sports. Why is that? Douglas County School District only pays 3 activity stipends, currently giving most special education students only 3 sports to play throughout the year. Schools get to choose what sports they want to play. This means that not all schools play the same sports. This limits the competition in the games that I have for Unified. Why is playing sports so important for us? Unified isn't just sports. It represents meeting others and making new friends. Building these relationships with others and makes my world a bigger place and gives me opportunities that I couldn't have. And it teaches me life skills and boosts my confidence. How do we get more teams to be involved and fix this problem? Number 1, education. Educate everyone into the importance of unified sports and what it brings to so many students. This includes administration in the district and within the schools. educating special education teachers and coaches about different opportunities that they have if they partner with the Special Olympics. Encourage more schools to participate in the Special Olympics Colorado Unified Champions School Conference to learn about this program. Number 2, offer an additional stipend. Offering an additional stipend for a fourth spot will encourage more coaches to get involved and provide students with more opportunities to participate in different sports. Number 3, a higher stipend. Currently, Unified coaches are paid a $500 activity stipend for the season. Increasing the stipend will attract more qualified and experienced coaches. I believe that these changes will create more opportunities for students. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important matter.
Thank you. All right, moving to our remote Zoom commenters, we have Miles Cortez, and then we will go back in person to Jennifer Iverson and then Brianna Ranger. So remote, Miles, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi. Well, y'all are in receipt of a letter that I sent to the board last night, and I'm going to read a little bit of that. But last fall, the DCSD Office of Choice Programming issued a draft revision to and did a first reading of LBD, the charter school policy that governs DCSD. While district policy doesn't supersede state law, I believe that it should comport with state law. State law on expansion, CRS 2230.5-109, Section 7 is very clear. It says a chartering authority may not restrict the number of pupils a charter school may enroll, except that a charter and its chartering authority may negotiate and agree to limitations on the number of students the charter may enroll as necessary to facilitate the academic success of students enrolled in the charter school, B, facilitate the charter school's ability to achieve the other objectives specified in the charter contract, and C, ensure that the charter school's enrollment does not exceed the capacity of the charter school facility or site. That's the law. As the LBD document currently is written for the second reading before the DCSD board tonight, charters interested in, quote, expanding or adding grade levels or major programs at the same physical location would have to go through an application process with the district. This is simply not required by state law. The way the document is written, a charter would need to apply to increase enrollment from, for instance, 500 students to 501 students on their existing campus. As it is written, LBD may create legal liability for the district by imposing a unilateral condition on charter schools that desire to expand or modify their program, which is not required by applicable law. To that end, I won't read the rest, but it's important that the board delay tonight's vote on that. I'm also in receipt, and I would like to thank Erin Kane for sending me an email in which she acknowledges that the district, quote, certainly do not have the right to cap enrollment in existing grades and programming. Therefore, staff will be making a recommendation regarding changing the language. But the language needs additional work. It's important to note here that the genesis of these LBD revisions, as far as I understand it, was to make a couple of date changes, and that with respect to the application process, and that's it. And two different charter attorneys that I had look at this language did a bunch of work for other schools around the state.
15 seconds remaining.
Their LBD policy by simply changing those dates. It's also important to note that many districts around this state do not even have an expansion section in their LBD policy because state law is pretty clear on on what is required.
All right, in person, Jennifer Iverson, and then Brianna Ranger. Thank you.
This evening, I am speaking for Douglas County parents. As we look toward the future of education in our region, it's clear that DCSD faces both challenges and exciting opportunities. Douglas County Parents is encouraged by the sessions for the strategic plan and that they have been so engaging. So far, the survey has revealed that our population is becoming increasingly diverse, and nearly 92% of respondents view this as an important issue in planning for our schools. Diversity brings richness to our classrooms and to our communities, but it also requires us to be intentional about how we approach education. We must ensure that all students feel seen, heard, and valued, regardless of their abilities, skin color, or socioeconomic status. This is not just a moral imperative, but an educational one as well. Research consistently shows that students thrive in environments where diversity is embraced and where they have access to culturally responsive teaching practices. At the same time, we are hearing from 98% of respondents that finding and retaining skilled educators will become more difficult in the years to come. Teachers are the cornerstone of our educational system, and we must continue to prioritize supporting them, whether through professional development, fair compensation, or creating a working environment that fosters their passion and growth. Educators need the resources and training to meet the needs of increasingly diverse classrooms and to leverage the technological tools that will help them reach every learner. Recognizing that the skills needed to succeed in the future are evolving, today's students must be given every opportunity to grow in their fact-based knowledge and awareness of their own country and the world. Our students must be able to identify what works for them, collaborate effectively with others, and know how to work with AI and other technology to enhance their learning. They must also develop the ability to discern what information is trustworthy and useful, making decisions based on facts and evidence, not misinformation or bias. Problem solving will be another key skill for our students. We want our students to be able to take smart risks, weigh the consequences of their actions, and think about how their decisions affect others. This is the kind of critical thinking and empathy that will allow them to navigate complex real-world issues. In closing, the future of public education depends on how well we adults adapt to these changing needs. We must ensure that our schools are places where diversity is celebrated, educators are supported, and students are equipped with the skills they need to thrive in an interconnected and inclusive, fast-changing world. Together, this community can create an educational experience that truly prepares our students for success. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about the importance of prioritizing support services for students, especially our twice exceptional students. That will help shape the district's strategic plan. As you review tonight's presentation on community feedback for the strategic planning, I encourage you to take a close look at question number 4, which asked, what current programs or practices do you believe are essential and should remain in place? While the top response was obviously a strong focus on teaching foundational skills, the second most selected response was support services, which was described to include counseling, special education, and gifted education. This is a powerful statement from our community. Parents, teachers, and other stakeholders recognize that academic success is only possible when students receive the support they need. Yet, despite this clear priority, our district is struggling to identify and serve twice exceptional students, those who are both gifted and have a disability. As of the 2023-2024 school year, only 1.32% of our students, just 818 out of 62,000, have both an IEP and an ALP. National and international research, including from the International Dyslexia Association and the National Association for Gifted Children, estimate that 2 to 5% of school-age children are twice exceptional. This means that hundreds, if not thousands, of students in our district who need services or differentiation are not being identified and supported appropriately. Twice exceptional students don't fit into a single category. Their challenges can mask their abilities, and their abilities can mask their challenges. Without intentional efforts to improve identification and support, these students are at risk, both in and out of the classroom. Our district has the opportunity to change that by strengthening evaluation processes, including introducing disability screeners, improving professional development training on twice exceptional students, and ensuring gifted and special education work together to meet students' needs. Our community has made it clear that support services matter. Now we must ensure our district strategic plan reflects that priority. Ensure that support services receive the investment and attention they deserve. Because when we fail to support twice exceptional students, we don't just hold them back, we hold back the future potential of our entire district. Thank you.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. So we will move into the consent agenda. Do I have a motion regarding the consent agenda? Director Weiniger.
I would like to pull number 15, approval of Board of Education self-evaluation of governance process, 1.4 other board officers.
All right, so we are removing number 15. Anyone else? Director Meek.
I'd like to remove item 16, approval of Board of Ed self-eval of governance process 1.3.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, so do I have a motion regarding items 9 through 14?
Move to approve items 9 through 14 of the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Myers. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. And then we will go ahead and talk about item 15 first. Director Weiniger.
Yes, so on item 15 about other officers, Director Meek did a self-evaluation, and I really appreciate how you summarized what we talked about at the last meeting around this evaluation. I was just requesting that maybe we not even include the 2 items that you had brought up before that were then found compliant, because it does, putting it in here comes across as if it's a ding or it was bad when it actually was compliant. So maybe a better way of phrasing it would be just to say we can look into our policy on agenda planning about how things need to be written and have that be more clear. Just some suggestions, because to me this is coming across that President Williams did some things non-compliant with the policy, even though they were found compliant only because they was mentioned in there. So if you wouldn't mind responding.
No, thank you for that. And for recognizing, I really tried hard to recognize what our discussion was last time. We spent over 30 minutes, I think, talking through these policies. And I know there were questions specifically around what policy in particular on the agenda planning. And so that language was added in to it to have that level of specificity. And then there was some concerns around language being subjective and about what the policy might be desired to do versus actual language. So the updates that I did actually pull specific statements from board correspondence. So there's really no subjectivity. It's actual statements that were made. And I think my desire for keeping it, because I know we did talk about also just simply stating refer to 1.3 policy, because there's redundancy there. But 1.3 really doesn't cover those areas that we spent time discussing. And
I've been thinking a lot about this policy and our work that we're doing on the self-evaluation. And it's really not just about being a formality to say, check, we're compliant. It's around, collective learning together and really, looking at our practices and our policies to make sure that we are continually improving in our practice. The agenda setting conversation, we had different perspectives that were shared up here last time. And I know I kind of felt like landing on overall we're compliant made sense because it's a huge job, like I said last time. It is a huge job to be board president. I think my desire with outlining these items is because it helps to build future practices if we agree to what happened and, how we need to follow policy moving forward. So really that was my intent with keeping it in here, but overall saying that it was compliant. I think the agenda setting conversation is really important because, we need to prevent perceptions of favoritism or backdoor decision-making. We just have to reinforce that we are doing what's best for the community and the public and being transparent. And again, everything in here is factual at this point in time.
Yes, I very much appreciate that you took the time to make it factual. That definitely stood out to me. I think what I'm worried that this is starting to turn into with these self-evaluations is picking apart things we don't like that another board member did rather than it actually breaking policy. Because if these items aren't breaking this policy we're evaluating, then why even put it in here? So that's the issue I had with it.
Yeah, I would just say that I believe that we had a good, robust conversation back in November about this, about the frustration with me making a verbal agreement prior to agenda planning. And at that time, I said I would rectify the situation, and I actually did have an email to me in writing before agenda planning. So I actually don't believe that there's a policy that was broken. So I'm thankful that you moved this to compliant, but I agree with Director Weiniger. This is starting to feel like these self-evaluations are about picking each other apart because we already had this discussion and we've now had it a couple different times. And I believe that at those times we talked about it and I accepted where other board members maybe disagreed with something, but that doesn't mean that I necessarily broke policy. And if we need to look at something different or how, that could have been done differently, then I'm willing to do that, but that's where I am. Director Myers.
Just a couple of things, and it might kind of go over into Director Meeks pulling the number 16 also. So in our number 15 with our 1.4, which is our other board officers, and I felt like we touched on this a little bit the last time, that possibly we could remove the board president evaluation from this 1.3 and then maybe kind of that it would get rid of some of this conversation and then just focus on the 1.4 and focus on 1.3, which is the board president responsibilities, because I thought we were kind of redundant with both. I don't know, And then, of course, I'm in agreement with the fact that I don't feel that our president broke policy when a teacher contacted her specifically. And particularly, I think this happens across the board, that some of us do communicate with our teachers and maybe go in to schools and visit with particular teachers at maybe the request and maybe visitation. So I'm not in agreement that she broke policy with that. And also with the agenda planning, I felt like she was very clear on making sure that we understood the timeline, working with the charter, I think it was charter school, CSI. And I think we need to be very careful in stating that we have the ears of certain people in the community, because I think that would be indicative of all 7 board members, that somebody has that, because I think we've said from up here before that we've had somebody's reached out or somebody emailed, or I was out in public or I was at a school. And so I think that's just indicative of people having our ear, which is going to be it's going to be what's going to be happening when we're out in public with people, and especially when we're visiting our schools. So I think we're in compliant, but then I'd like to remove I think it's on the 1.4, I'd like to remove the language regarding what our president did.
Director Thompson.
Yeah, so my interpretation was just this was a written record of the original policy, the conversation that we had, and then the conclusion that kind of was assessed by the whole board. So I just see it as a really transparent process to what the concerns were and then what our resolution was.
Director Geiger.
This process only works if we're honest with ourselves. And how we're going to do that, I guess, is open to discussion. I don't want to redebate what happened with the agenda setting. I had my position, I've expressed it. Would point out that at the December retreat, there was a innocuous agenda item about complying with board norms. It turned out to be essentially that some members of this board didn't like things I'd posted on social media. I've thought about that conversation 15 times since that day and tried to reevaluate what I did and what I should have done better. And I've apologized to members of this board, because if we are not evaluating each other, there's nobody else. And so I understand the concerns. I don't want to turn these into nitpicking at each other. But there were, especially based on the prior self-governmental process, concerns about how that particular agenda item started. I don't ever want the agenda item, I disagree with Director Myers. Saying that we talk to somebody is different than saying that somebody gets priority on our agenda. Our agenda is a very precious thing. We only have so much time. And so me saying I've talked to the board is very different than me getting an email from somebody saying, I've already promised 40 minutes on our agenda to somebody. And especially for that to then show up on social media. So I think there was a harm there that was greater than some things. We need to decide as a group how we're going to do self-evaluation, and that we're going to do it to all of us, and how we're going to change our behavior. And so whether or not there was a technical violation of the governing process, I appreciate that Director Meek put this in there, characterized it. I don't think it's an overall indictment of President Williams. I don't read it that way, and it's not my intent. But again, I think in general we're in compliance. I think the fact that we can use this to express that there were concerns from some members of the board is a valuable way to do it. And then we will all take our way forward. So while I agree with we're in compliance, I think particularly the items about the agenda should remain in there as a record of a discussion that this board had.
Director Meek?
I don't want us to spend too much more time on this, honestly. I think we probably said everything last meeting. And so I tried to reflect in a very factual manner, what I heard from the last meeting and putting it into here. So my belief is that we grow and improve as a governance team if we're willing to just be honest with each other and have conversations and, learn from the past. And I kind of feel like that's what we should be modeling, not only to students, our employees, and everyone. So I don't want to belabor this, and I don't really feel like it's maybe fruitful to continue. So I'm fine with stepping aside and letting someone else take on GP 1.4. It's just that my name is on it, and I feel like omitting information to me, that's, I think, going to help us be stronger as a board moving forward. I'm just not comfortable doing that, but I'm happy to step aside and let someone else take on GP 1.4 if they'd like to.
Director Weiniger?
Yeah, I don't mind taking it. I'll use a lot of what you have.
Not to be Robert's rules this year,
Yes.
I think I would move to table 1.4 to discuss amendments and have it reassigned to Director Weiniger.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes. I'm like, wait a minute, what is that?
That's also why I pulled 1.3, because they really are so intertwined, and maybe it's one document that's discussing both. I don't know. But honestly, I think both of them need to be looked at together at the same time.
So are you suggesting that we table both and then vote on them at a meeting together at the same time?
I think so.
Okay. Director Moore?
This may not be the right order, but when would be the time to reevaluate policy 1.4 and potentially remove the section about the president altogether so that it's really all covered in 1.3?
Yeah, so I said that I would do that, and I will put that on a future agenda, probably just on consent, just because
Okay.
we're just going to take out that and say C 1.3 or whatever it is. So that is the plan to do.
I would accept the friendly amendment from Director Meek to table both 1.15 and 16 for reevaluation by the board at a later date.
Okay.
With 1.4 to be reconsidered by Director Weiniger.
Okay, and are you good with that, Director Weiniger? Okay.
Just real quick,
Yes,
just before the
Director
discussion
Johnson.
closes, just to add to that topic, the treasurer has redundant ratings as well. So we have the fiscal policy and then this one, they both evaluate the same thing. So if we're looking at making these adjustments to policy, we should also look at the last policy we just passed. I can't remember the name of it, but it's the one that looked at the fiscal and the treasurer's responsibilities. So.
Thank you. All right, so then I will roll call Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. All right, moving on to item number 17, the approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the minutes from the regular meeting held on February 11th and the special meeting from February 11th. Do I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes listed?
Motion to approve meeting minutes.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Myers, second by Thompson. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore. Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. On to item 18, school capacity and boundary analysis for a 20-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A.
So you can see our folks coming up here to talk about school capacity and boundary analysis, and we will start with Chief Operating Officer Rich Cosgrove.
Test. Good evening, directors. Thank you for the opportunity. We have our planning manager, Siobhan Caldwell, Director Choice Programming, Gordon Mosier, in case we have any questions. We have a boundary issue along the Crowfoot Corridor area that we would like to present to you. Our long-range planning committee, as always, gave us some great advice. We've incorporated comments and a proposed list of scenarios and outreach strategy for your consideration and approval. At this time, I'd like to introduce Siobhan Caldwell, our planning manager.
All right. Good evening, directors. I'll just jump into it. So I wanted to start the presentation just with to give a little context what SCUBA, School Capacity Boundary Analysis, what that effort is. for some of those directors that haven't been through this process yet. So if you go to our the Planning and Construction website, you can read all about SCUBA. It's an effort that was initiated in 2019. We were having some pretty unprecedented housing growth around the time of COVID, if you remember that, and realizing that our district was very unique in the way that it was growing and declining at the same time, and we needed a iterative process that looked at this on an ongoing basis to address needed seats in our high growth area and also to utilize our facilities to the best of their ideal capacity. So out of that came this streamlined limited impact process, and every year that's really been kind of where we've focused our efforts, is trying to proactively assign unoccupied developing areas to align with our long-range planning goals. So in terms of boundary outcomes, that's just kind of a list of what we're looking at achieving with our annual review and what we propose annually. We're looking to create cohesive, contiguous boundaries. We're looking at transportational operational efficiency with a lot of our recommendations and our efforts. We're looking at balancing enrollment at schools. We're looking at creating boundaries, being a proponent of boundary changes that offer longevity and sustainability, so we're not having to constantly revisit these areas. And we're looking for functional, convenient, and safe boundaries for students. So talking about that from the pedestrian lens, we're really trying to give our students walkable, safe routes to their neighborhood schools. So what's been done in this effort? And starting in 2019, we did a lot of groundwork in kind of framing the issue, identifying what were preferred capacity management tools and which ones weren't preferred. In terms of what we have implemented, the overflow system to address growth in the Chatfield urban area until the new school can be built there is one of the things the SCUBA team has done. Providing relief at Prairie Crossing. A school was pretty over capacity for quite a while leading up to those boundary changes. Reassignment of the canyons in Castle Pines, balancing the growth coming out of Crystal Valley Ranch amongst elementary schools in the Douglas County High School feeder, and then what we're talking about tonight, directing growth on the Crowfoot Valley corridor to facilities with seats. And part of that, what we're looking at doing is trying to return the McCanta development back to Castle Rock neighborhood schools. And that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. It's phase 2 because we initially visited this in May 2024, and I'll give a little reminder of what was done at that time. So this is the area that we are talking about. This is the McCanta development. The red outline is the extent of the planned development. What you see in there, is areas of the development symbolized by the schools that they are assigned to, the neighborhood schools. So that area in the pink is assigned to Legacy Point, Sagewood Middle School, and Ponderosa High School. The area in the green is assigned to Sage Canyon Elementary, Mesa Middle School, and Douglas County High School. And what was done in May 2024 was assign that northern portion of the planned development back to those Castle Rock area schools. Those were unoccupied at the time, except for maybe I think there were 3 families in there that we worked with through that process. That's just a zoomed out map of the area. You can see, I'll talk about the reasons, but part of the reasons that we're engaging in this, you can see how far Legacy Point is away from this area in comparison to Sage Canyon Elementary School. So that's just a summary of what we're talking about, the currently assigned neighborhood schools and what we are looking at for reassignment. So what are we talking about doing? Here's the problem statement kind of listed out in bullets. In general, we know that there is growth in the areas that are currently assigned to Legacy Point. That's indisputable. That school is projected for continual enrollment over the next 5 years, and they're projected to be at about 140% of their building capacity by 2029. So So we do know that, and we also know that the development in the Sage Canyon Elementary School attendance area has peaked. So we know that we are over the growth curve in that area, and we know that we have room in that facility, and that we're projected to continue to have room in that facility. And as part of this effort, we did a build-out study, so we can talk about that a little bit. But we are sure that there's room in the Castle Rock schools, and we are sure that we are running out of room in Legacy Point Elementary. It's also problematic that the plan development is split between two different school communities. We have some chronic transportation issues that could be solved with this reassignment. And then probably most important, as we've heard interest from the residents of that plan development, they've expressed interest in asking, can this be achieved, and why aren't we going to those Castle Rock schools? So here's some history why they're not going to those Castle Rock schools. In 2020, Sage Canyon was, I believe they were at 789 students, and that facility has a capacity of about 650. So they were very crowded in 2020, and really my understanding, I was not here, but that the best option at that time was reassignment to Legacy Point Elementary. So what we're talking about today is not proposing to do anything right now, just what we're proposing to do in terms of outreach and engagement. And then the scenarios that we're proposing to take to the community is what we're asking for your input and approval on. So here's just a general timeline. I don't know why sorry. That first one should say January to February. So we are through after we received updated enrollment projections in January, we did our research and analysis, did our build-out study, made sure that we're all on board that this is a good idea according to the data, developed some scenarios with the advisory committee, and we are right here. We are hoping to start outreach and engagement and recommendations for implementation of this boundary change. Who will guide and implement this? So we are doing this through an advisory committee. It is a group of about, I think there's 15 DCSD staff members on the committee from our EDOSs, the school principals and vice principals that are impacted. So those 6 schools specifically, transportation staff, budget, student data, and choice programming are all very important in vetting this and making these decisions. Who are our stakeholders that will be impacted by this that we've identified? So DCSD households, obviously, residing in the McCanta PD. Current and prospective owners as well, not just DCSD households. Pupils and parents of those attending and proposed schools for reassignment specifically. The McCanta developer and builders we need to talk to about this change. And then staff at impacted schools. And this is just a little bit of data on how many students we are touching with this proposal. So there are currently 250 total PK-12 students in the whole entire PD. 216 of those are in the area that we're looking at tonight, that we are proposing for reassignment. That's a little breakdown of where they fall in terms of grade level. And this, I think, gives a more accurate of who we're impacting and who we're impacting more in this process. So there's 58 total students that are enrolled at Legacy Point, Sagewood, or Ponderosa High School that we would be saying, we're asking how you feel about switching your currently assigned school that you're currently enrolled at. 4 of those that are being transported to Legacy Point. So 4 of those students are currently utilizing our transportation services to Legacy Point. That's at the most that we've seen this year. And then 15 at the most are utilizing the route to Sagewood and Ponderosa High School. There's 65 students attending other DCSD operated schools. 21 are already at the target schools, so 21 of those are already at Sage Canyon, Sagewood, or other way around, at Sage Canyon, Mesa, or Douglas County High School. 32 are at other neighborhood schools. I think it's worth mentioning that almost all of those are at Castle Rock neighborhood schools. So they're making the choice to go to Castle Rock schools specifically, I think all but like 7 of those. And then 12 are at magnet or alternative schools, and then 93 are attending our charter schools. So about a quarter of these students are ones that we would specifically be asking to consider changing the school that they are currently enrolled at in terms of their assignment, their homeschool assignment. There's a breakdown specific numbers, so 58 of those students are attending the Ponderosa area schools, 21 are attending our target schools, another 32 are attending other neighborhood schools, 93 are at charters, and then 12 are at either magnet or homeschool or online options. And then this is a more detailed description of that timeline. Again, what we've done and what we're proposing to do. So we've done our data analysis and reporting. We've convened our advisory committee, framed the issue, all got on the same page, informed and educated everybody what the issue is, how to communicate this issue, gained consensus on what's feasible and not feasible from a staff perspective, and developed and finalized 3 scenarios that we'd like to take to the community that we'll go over in a minute. And then developed an outreach and engagement plan with those primary kind of methods and modes that we've talked about as a committee listed there, and I'll go into more detail. So here are the scenarios that we came up with. So scenario 1, do nothing. We can leave it as it is. That is always an option. Scenario 2 and 3 are both looking at the same geographic reassignment. So we're not looking at reassignment to any other schools. Sage Canyon and Douglas County High School and Mesa are the ones that make sense. What we are looking to communicate to those affected here are the differences in how you do that. So both options we are proposing to be effective for the 26-27 school year. We just want to give our parents and those households a lot of time to consider this option that's given to them. We are proposing full reassignment, so assignment of elementary and secondary levels. Priority open enrollment as an option. So this would be, the way that this would work would be, because we're not proposing to implement this until the 26-27 school year, what about those kiddos that want to go to Sage Canyon right now, or want to go to Mesa or Douglas County High School right now? So what we talked about here is offering prioritized open enrollment for those students that want to go there before this reassignment is actually in effect. Legacy enrollment options, so we're not asking anybody, we wouldn't ask anybody to move from Legacy Point Elementary or Sagewood or Ponderosa High School. You can stay there. We are not forcing reassignment. You absolutely can stay there if that's your school of choice. And then offering no legacy transportation. So you can stay there, but you have to transport yourselves there. Scenario 3, same exact scenario, but offering 1 year of legacy transportation for those students that would like to stay at Legacy Point, Sagewood, and Ponderosa. Here's just an outline of the outreach and engagement plan that we are proposing. So we'd like to start right away after tonight's meeting. And we would like to come back to you with a recommendation at the May and the June Board of Education meetings. The main methods that we're looking at, so we are looking to inform and educate, definitely gather feedback, and we are looking to provide interactive engagement. We would like to launch a pretty substantial website where you could go and learn all about this topic and information, have a survey up there to collect feedback from those impacted. With any of these changes, we typically do a notification email and certified via email and certified email 3 times. So we typically do this is under consideration, this is where we are, and then the Board of Education will be considering that. So we propose doing that as always. Table and presenting at pre-existing meetings, so any basketball games where we could catch these parents, SAC and PTO meetings, would like to present at those, and then hold a set of some public meetings. So offering 1 virtual and 1 in person, and targeted at our different kind of stakeholders that are impacted. So one specifically targeted at DCSD households, having an event that's specifically for developer and builder concerns, and then having a town hall event for anybody that's interested in this that wants to come and give their feedback. That's a pretty detailed kind of timeline. So really looking at doing the informing and the educating type tasks now through April, holding those public meetings in late April, early May, gathering feedback the whole time, and then coming back to you with a recommendation in late May and early June. And with that, that's all that I have. I think open to questions right now. And I think the only thing I didn't mention is that we did brief this at the February LRPC meeting, and it was unanimously approved to bring you as it is. So,
Thank you. You answered all of my questions with like just your presentation. So Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. Transportation to the schools that they're zoned in Legacy. That's correct, right?
yeah, so to Legacy, there's two different routes. Four are using the Legacy Point route, and then 15 at most are using the Sagewood and the Ponderosa route.
Okay, so for the choice 3, that's probably only going to be feasible depending on like the number of students that still want to choice into those schools and get transportation.
I can't go back here. So, yeah, I don't know feasibility in terms of how many, because right now only 4 are using that route, right?
Okay, so that was specifically just the elementary school being in choice 3.
It was, choice 3 would be Legacy Transportation
Just the
for all,
elementary.
no,
Oh.
for Legacy Point as well as for Sagewood and Ponderosa. I think I missed your question.
Okay, so I was just thinking like if, after these community meetings, that number that might want to go to those schools might reduce that are needing transportation. And so choice 3 just might not be an option on the table if we don't have enough to like justify transportation, right, to those different schools.
I think if there's not interest in it, that's the preferable option just because of the difficulty in finding drivers and every time we do one of these overflow routes, it stresses the whole system is the way to say it. So, no Legacy Transportation would be, in terms of, resources, the preferred one, but I think it's finding out what that need is from the students and the families is going to be part of this process.
And Superintendent Kennedy.
Thank you. So yeah, we definitely need to find out what the need and pain points are for those specific families. But the team and I also want to be cautious about continuing to set the precedent of Legacy Transportation when we're about to make some pretty significant changes in the Highlands Ranch community where Legacy Transportation may just not be physically possible given the number of routes and buses and our complete lack of bus drivers. So that would be if there truly were families that had a really significant situation.
Okay. And then I know that, this is phase 2. I was just curious, how are we communicating currently with those communities? I mean, they all know that this is something we're looking at. Yep, thanks.
Yeah, so as Siobhan was kind of talking about, this is the very first step is to come to you all, well, LRPC, and then come to you all. And with you're not approving this change tonight. All you would be saying tonight is, yes, go ahead and start talking to the community. So this is the kickoff for where they would then go talk to the community about these changes, gather feedback and bring it back to you before you make an actual decision.
Yeah, I understand that. I was just wondering if there's been other types of communication that this would be like coming up. That's all. So this will be brand new for them to hear this.
Yeah, the schools have spoken, certainly the schools and the school leadership team have talked about it, but we don't like to get out ahead of the board. So you guys are first, and then we go talk to the community to gather the input.
Thank you.
Director Geiger?
this is really the first time in a long time we've looked at this kind of impactful boundary change.
Yeah, I would say since I started here in 2014, we have not done a boundary change that did not qualify as a slip, other than Prairie Crossing. I believe Prairie Crossing did not qualify as a slip, but it was not this magnitude.
Which was done on an emergency basis, and I think we all agreed we're never, ever, ever going to do that again. Have you consulted with Mr. Bingham and others who have done this kind of work in other districts?
So Mr. Bingham is on contract to assist with this process as needed, but yes, we will be tapping his experience.
So as I recall, he's proposed in the past kind of outreach program and how to proceed with this?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to remember, to my fellow directors, this is a rehearsal for what we're going to do across the district over the next few years, to be very honest with you. No rational person would have assembled our district and the boundaries that we have the way that we have. But if you look at the boundaries and say Highlands Ranch, they appear to have been drawn by someone who had over-imbibed. They were drawn because we just built schools, because we were in a hurry. So I'm in favor of starting this process to see both the strengths and the weaknesses of this process there. I'm never going to minimize affecting 200 kids, but we are going to have to do this in a lot of other places. And so I appreciate that the district has come to us and said, let's try this process and learn from it, because I know we're going to have to do it in Highlands Ranch. I think there are other places in Parker and Castle Rock we're going to have to look at it as well. And so I think at this point, this is the best process we have. I think there will be problems with it, and I think we will learn from it. But this is, again, every time we do this, we're setting precedent for not just this board, but other boards as they come forward, because this is the environment we live in now.
Director Weiniger.
Sorry if I missed you saying this. Is there a reason we thought the effective year of 2026 would be good and rather not just do it even sooner?
Like starting in, so the enrollment application timeline is pretty much kind of passed for next school year, and it's asking principals to change their site-based budgeting and hiring plans potentially if, there's a lot of movement of kids, and it's asking households to make that decision pretty quickly. So I think industry standard is you really want to give parents at a minimum 8 months to consider these types of decisions. So that's the reasoning.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful, because I was like, I think maybe a scenario 4 where we have a year of transportation, of legacy transportation, but makes complete sense what you said. So I think these are good scenarios listed out here.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, moving into item 19, we are going to take a recess and we will come back at 6:40. Is back in session, and we are moving on to item number 20, executive limitations 8, staff compensation and benefits update.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to introduce Chief Human Resources Officer Brian Condon to give our update on staff compensation and benefits, and he has CFO Jana Schleissner here with him, along with other members of his team. So with that, Mr. Condon, take it away.
Thank you. Well, good evening, board. Nice to see you all again. Brian Condon, CHRO, and together with our CFO, the great Jana Schleissner, we'll be presenting a budget update together with staff compensation recommendations for the 25-26 school year. Before I begin, I just want to recognize a couple people in the audience. We have from HR, my benefits director, Matt Jeckett, my compensation director, Mary Chesla, and from business services, a very familiar face at board meetings, Colleen Doan, our budget director. So with that, Jana, if you want to come up and lead us off into a budget update.
Thank you. All right, I have a lot of stuff up here, but I swear I'm not going to go through it all. This is the first time that we're going to be talking about the 25-26 budget. And right now, we're just going to focus on the revenue side. We have more questions, or maybe as many questions as we have answers at this point, but just trying to give that big picture overview of where we're at right now and where we're looking going forward. So remember last year, we passed a new school finance act, or the legislators passed a new school finance act. We call it 1448. At that point, there were a couple things that were decided in there. They started with a 2.7% estimate for inflation, which gave us a new base of $11,348. Within that bill, we negotiated things like 4-year averaging, which is 5 years in the current School Finance Act. We talked about 6-year implementation because it was expensive for them to implement this. And we said the state's not going to have the money, and guess what? They kind of don't have the money. And we put in some trigger language around that said, hey, if you don't have it, it's going to pause right where you're at. So then governor is required to give his updates to the public and say, here's what I plan to do with the budget, and here's my suggestions. He doesn't make the final decisions, the JBC does. But with that update, the inflation number was lowered to 2.3% from 2.7, which lowered our per pupil revenue estimate. And this was the first time that he started talking about no averaging. So again, we're at 5 years currently. We negotiated 4 years, and now he's coming out publicly saying, I don't think we should do any averaging at all. So that was a big shock to a lot of us and changes that funded pupil count quite significantly for us. It goes from that 61,719 down to 59,246. So a lot of these conversations are really hinged on what are we going to do with that averaging number and what decisions are the JBC going to make. So with that conversation with the governor's office, the things that we negotiated on our side slowly started to move out of the picture. So we negotiated hold harmless. That's very much in question on if that's going to happen. Averaging a funded pupil count we talked about. So 5 years, 4 years, maybe nothing. And the trigger was pretty much immediately said, yeah, never mind about that trigger to pause implementation altogether. We're just going to forget about that one altogether. So we do expect that 1448 will be implemented in some form with some percentage. So I think it's easiest to see on table format. So first column is the 24-25 revised budget. Middle column is 25-26 based on 4-year averaging, and then the last column is no averaging at all. So this is district-wide. This includes neighborhood schools and charter schools. And by having no averaging, it decreases our funded pupil count by about 2,000 students. So this makes it a range from either we increase $22 million or our funding remains flat. However, we have charter schools. 25% of our students are in charter schools. So that changes this picture for what does the district retain for our neighborhood schools and our budgeting without passing it through. So this changes that equation to either we increase 13.7 million or we lose 9 million compared to current year budget. Now, these are the two extremes. We've had a lot of conversations with a lot of leaders at the Capitol, and I've spent a lot more time there than I ever thought that I would. And we actually had a follow-up conversation with a bunch of the CFOs and lobbyists today that we do think the governor's office has backed off of that zero averaging, which is a huge win for us if that is the case. And I do think we'll end up in some compromise of either implementing 1448 was going to be implemented at 18% year one. That might go down to like 10. And we're going to negotiate between 4 years averaging and 3-year averaging and how quickly that gets brought into the picture. So I think there's a lot of good momentum, but still it's a harder year and more limited resources that we've seen in the past few. So with all of that, how do we talk about compensation increases that Brian's going to talk about with his team? What this graph is this is general fund only, and the graph shows the unassigned fund balance. So you can see that we were, kind of at the stable, still very healthy fund balance in 2019 and 2020, and then COVID happened. We got a lot of federal funding, and we ended up with a lot of vacancies, especially in our hourly positions. And so that was a lot of savings in our budget. And that fund balance dramatically increased over these COVID and post-COVID years as we recovered and got our employee levels back into balance. So that was not a planned increase of fund balance and really not a necessary increase at the levels that we're at. So what we're proposing is to continue prioritizing our staff and have strategic use of that fund balance to have a softer landing and decrease that volatility at the state level. So I'll come back for questions once Brian's done.
And just to add a comment on the fund balance, the difference between the 2023 and the 2024 fund balance numbers you see up there, more or less is the $20 million that you all allocated for emergency capital needs while we were waiting to pass a bond.
Perfect.
Thank you. So moving on to compensation recommendations, tonight we will be recommending that the Board of Education approve salary increases across all levels in our school district. We are going to be discussing the district's intent to absorb 100% of the increased costs to medical benefits plans and not pass on any of those increases to staff this next school year. And we will be discussing our intent to continue to offer other compensation-related perks and benefits that we do this school year. So before I get into the actual 25-26 school year compensation recommendations, I thought it'd be beneficial for the board to sort of visualize some of the great improvement and advancements that we've made as a district and that the board's approved over the past 3 school years. So what this table represents, broken down by our 3 employee groups, are board-approved average annual salary increases beginning in 22-23 school year to this school year. As you can see, over the past 3 school years, this board's approved nearly 30% increases in salary to our licensed employees, nearly 25% increases to our classified employees, and nearly 20% increases to our administrative and professional and technical staff. Because of those increases, we've made a lot of great gains in our average teacher salary, so that in this graph, you can see our average teacher salary is trending upwards. And moreover, in terms of our starting salary, our starting teacher salary, this year it was at $51,400. If you compare that just recently to the 22-23 school year, our starting teacher salary was less than $44,000. So we've made a lot of significant progress over the past couple of years. But that being said, I'm showing you slide 10 again and slide 11, the starting salary and average teacher salary, that although we've made a lot of progress, we still have a lot of work to do as a system to continue to make our employee salaries competitive with our Denver metro area peers. And so for that reason, even with the uncertain budget situation we're facing this year, it is our staff's recommendation to make the following compensation increases for the 25-26 school year. So with regard to our licensed staff, the recommendation is to provide steps to all of our licensed staffs across schedules and increase those schedules by 1%. This would lead to an average licensed employee salary increase of 3% and a new teacher starting salary of $51,914. On top of that, we're recommending some structural changes to our salary schedules with regard to lanes BA through MA, extending those lanes one step across each one of those lanes. With regard to our non-licensed employees, we're recommending a 3% salary increase for our classified staff and a 2% salary increase for our administrative, professional, and technical staff. Now, we discussed last year as well that we provided one-time stipends for employees who were over their cells on schedules and over their ranges in the classified and professional technical areas. And it's our recommendation this year, consistent with the discussion at last year's board meeting around this time, that we not do this, that we not pay oversell stipends and overrange stipends to employees following in those areas. Moving on to benefits. Here at DCSD, we're very proud of the competitive and well-rounded benefits package that we provide to our staff. We provide our staff a lot of choice, and on top of that, we provide benefits at a very competitive price point that is much lower than our competing school districts in the Denver metro area, as indicated here by the stat that we, as a system, pay for 86% of the medical premium compared to the 75% benchmark in this area. And so this year, across all of our medical benefit plans, we saw a 4% increase, which amounts to nearly $2.1 million. And it is our intent this year to fully absorb that $2.1 million and not pass on any of that premium to our staff, thereby keeping their benefit premium numbers consistent with this year. Para, of course, is a big part of any employee's compensation, and it's anticipated this year that both employer and employee contribution percentages will remain the same in the 25-26 school year. So employees will continue to contribute 11% of their paycheck to para to fund their retirement, and the school district will continue to contribute 21.4% of an employee's salary to para to fund their retirement. And just a plug for staff moving forward, as it is hiring season, for any employee who's interested in seeing what the value of their compensation is over a prior 12-month rolling period, the total value of the district paid benefits, in addition to their para contribution, employees can now see this in Workday, go into the compensation tab, and they can see a full picture of the school district's total compensation. And finally, it's the school district's intent to continue to offer, the following compensation-related perks and benefits. So with regard to our horizontal lane advancement system, where licensed employees, through the attainment of educational credits, can move lanes on schedules, we intend to continue to offer that program as is, with no changes in the 25-26 school year. It's also our intent to fund the tuition assistance program again in the 25-26 school year and provide half a $500,000 to staff to reimburse them for educational expenses. We'll also continue to fund our compensation schedules A and B, which allow employees to get compensation for work outside of their regular duties. And it is our intent to continue to offer free lunches and base daycare discounts to staff, consistent with levels we did this past school year. And so with that, that's the presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. Questions? Director Moore.
This might be going a little bit outside the lane of where you want to go, but I'm going to try to get to a point here. But to start the legislative session, there was an estimated state budget shortfall of about $750 million. Based on your work in this arena about how public education is affected by that, how much does the state hope to reduce that 750 million by changes to the formula in public education this year?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the start of the talks was reducing public education by around 150 million. If we don't get rid of averaging and negotiate to some of these 3 or 4 year averagings or slower implementation of 1448, the current estimate is around 50 million of that cut that education would take.
Okay, it's a lot. Thank you.
Director Geiger.
And I just want to point this out to people who are watching it. While we have increased salaries by about 29%, over that same period of time, inflation was about 22%. So this is not a real-time increase of any substantial amount for our teachers. Fair to say that this increase that you're proposing is slightly above or perhaps about equal to actual inflation? It just seems like we're doing this just so that our teachers can buy what they bought last month, that they can buy in August what they bought last August. And I wish we were in a position where we could do better than that. But this seems to me like the bare minimum. Do you see, I mean, we're hoping that inflation is going to decrease. I'm always worried about using fund balance to pay ongoing commitments. But do you see any other process by which we can keep our teachers at where they need to be?
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I can take that one. Yes, I absolutely agree that it's always a little stressful to use fund balance for an ongoing expense. Absolutely. And you could see from the massive change in unassigned fund balance from pre-COVID to post-COVID, we really do have room to be able to do that for a little while. We can always, so let's say that this catastrophe at the state level continues, which we don't anticipate it will, but let's say it continues. If it does, then we always have the option of right-sizing staff in order to keep continuing to give people increases. But I feel like not giving people increases is the worst of all options because, and I've said this to staff a lot, when given choices in difficult budget years, I would much rather right-size staff than freeze everybody's pay because that demoralizes your entire workforce. Whereas if you freeze hiring, for example, that makes it more possible. For us, we are in a position right now to be able to do what I would agree are incredibly modest increases, given our fund balance and given our extremely fiscal conservative nature. We may not even end up eating too much into that fund balance. So as someone who's very fiscally conservative, I am very comfortable with this proposal, even given the risks that are happening at the state legislature, because if we can't continue to treat our employees well and take care of our employees, it is our children that will pay the price.
Director Myers.
Back on number 12, thank you for the presentation. Actually, I could really understand this. Just a question. The over-the-range stipends, how many years did we do that? Was it 2 or 3 years? How often did, 3 or 4? Okay. Just off the top of your head, what was that cost? Were we doing 2,000 or?
It was a 1,000 stipend?
1,000 stipend, and that was if they stayed and came in. So, do you know the big number?
Yeah, so what we have done in the past is pay a one-time stipend to employees that are at the top of their cell. And that one-time stipend is often in the amount that would have been their ongoing raise if they weren't at the top of their cell. So it would often vary by employee. But that being said, one of the things that we did this time to try to mitigate that is a lot of the places where we were paying those one-time stipends were on the bottom of our salary schedule, where we had folks that just couldn't go past, we didn't have a step past, say, year 14, I'm making this up, but past whatever year, we didn't have a step. So we actually added steps so that all the folks that are on the bottom have a step to go. So they won't be in that hitting the top of their cell. The people who will be hitting their top of their cell will be the people that are kind of off to the far right and at the bottom in the, say, PhD lane. And those are the folks that are generally making between $85,000 and $120,000 a year. Those are the folks that have hit the top. Other districts are not in the practice of giving stipends. We did it for a few years because we had just transitioned from whatever our pay system was before to a step and lane kind of pay system. So it was part of that transition to a new pay system. And Brian, feel free to add.
No, that's
Well,
great.
I think that's where I wanted to ask. I realize that now, the no over the range stipends, but we had a retainage stipend.
We had a retention stipend
A
we paid
retention.
in September of this year for any returning employees in the amount of $2,000.
And that's not.
It's a different stipend.
Okay, so, but I'm asking, is that anywhere in here? We're not doing that either.
So we have done it 3 years in a row, and every year I tell the employees that this will be the last year. Because what that's about is if we get towards the end of the school year and we realize that we have, through very tight spending throughout our district, if we realize we have saved a significant amount of money, instead of adding it to what is already a pretty significant fund balance, we've basically used those resources to pay for a retention stipend. But we can't guarantee that that's going to happen every single year. But philosophically, what we need is we need to keep the amazing people that we have that are doing all this amazing work for our kids. And that's more important than adding to what's already a very significant fund balance. But as vacancy savings begin to go away because we are filling positions, we're not going to see that level of savings at the end of each year. So when we communicated that last year, I did say, this will be the last year. So that is not in our plans right now.
Director Thompson.
Director Myers actually asked my question. I was going to ask about those stipends as well. And the only other question I had was how many staff are impacted by being at the top of their cell?
So at the very top of our cell, we had about 20% of our staff, in my recollection. That being said, by increasing steps in lanes BA through MA, we've reduced that number to maybe, 10%. Who are now going to be at the very top of their lanes in cells MA 15 to PhD.
Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. This is great. Jan, I think I've read your name in the paper a bit lately. Thank you for your advocacy at the Capitol. I think it's about a $1.2 billion shortfall that they're trying to solve for. And I read something about the speaker's proposal, but I wasn't really sure I was up to speed on that. And I'm not sure I heard you speak to that. Can you give some bullet points?
Yeah, so this was a meeting that we had just last Friday with the speaker. She invited a lot of us into one of the chambers to just have a conversation. And what came out in the press was that we had a deal. That is not what happened in that room. We really had some philosophical conversations. And it's where we really expressed our concerns around having no averaging. The governor was in the office and heard that pretty loud and clear from that group. So I do feel like the governor has been put in a really hard spot she just negotiated with us last year, and not just promises were made, but things were put into legislation. And now they're facing over $1 billion budget cuts that have to come from somewhere. And so we have to find somewhere to negotiate on this that is not going to be devastating to school districts. But she's been very open to having that conversation with us.
Thank you on that. And then on slide number 7, the general fund balance slide, I think Director Geiger was getting at this earlier. I wasn't sure if I caught what we're planning to spend down the fund balance to, or where we think we'll be over the next 1, 2, 3 years.
Yeah, that's a great question, and a conversation that I want to continue with the Fiscal Oversight Committee into next year. There's a lot of guidance out there about, I just want to be clear that this is just unassigned fund balance in the general fund, and the guidance out there is about total fund balance. So this includes TABOR, the board reserve, all of our assignments, and the unassigned fund balance. So the Government Financial Officer Association says you should have about 2 months of revenue in your fund balance. If we look at total fund balance, we're about 50 million over that. We also want to look to Moody's and Fitch, who are the ones that give us ratings for when we sell bonds, and those talk about 15 to 17% total fund balance. Now, they're going to pull in more than just a general fund. They're going to look at most of our funds, not all of them, but most of them. So all of these analyses are just slightly different and have their intricacies with it. But I do feel very confident that we have several years that we can weather this and kind of soften that volatility.
So I guess what I was looking for, if we pass the resolution on compensation, what does that do to the fund balance, passing tonight's resolution?
Here, I'm going to give it to Colleen.
So those years represented are fiscal year end, so that's last year at that far right column. We'll probably anticipated to use 3 to 4 million this year based upon the latest forecast. So that'll just very, very slightly drop that bar on the far right. And we're looking at between 15 and 18 million of just the compensation pieces on the salary and benefits today, but still have a lot of work to do before we can bring forward a full proposed budget in May, as we have all of our department budgets still to review.
Thank you. I just really wanted to have a clear picture of what we were talking about. And, just looking at the economy as well, I'm fiscally conservative as well. And I want to make sure we're pushing as many dollars into the system as we can, right? And trying to balance, costs going up and the uncertainty in the economic environment and how that kind of plays into our thinking. So that's what's going on in my head right now as I'm looking at this, thinking about the fund balance.
Director Weiniger.
Do you mind going to slide 14? It's about how we decided not to increase premiums for employees and instead are going to absorb that $2 million cost. Do you mind sharing just conversations you had on why you decided to go that route rather than increase premiums for employees? Because I think the last time we've increased premiums has been, I don't want to make up a number, but share all that with me as well and with the public.
Yeah, certainly. So we had, thoughtful discussions, and, I guess the trade-off would be if you pass on some of the benefit premiums increases to staff, potentially there's more money to flip into, salaries and other compensation. That being said, when we speak to our employees, they sincerely and highly value the low cost of our benefits. It's something that we're known for here. It's something that staff really, really appreciate. And given this year, generally speaking, I think even compared, and maybe Matt can even talk to this, but generally speaking, a 4% net increase across our medical plans was relatively low. And so we just feel like in keeping with what I think our employees want, and given that I think it's a selling point for recruiting and retention, like the very low cost of benefits here, that is something we want to continue to do. So that was really the basis for doing it.
Thank you so much. And do you know, Superintendent Kane, the last time we increased premiums? Because I feel like I agree. I feel like that is what makes our comp package very appealing for our employees. And I just wanted to make sure that my understanding of that was correct on why we decided to keep that going.
Yeah. Well, yeah. When I review, presentations, I feel like we haven't, maybe it's 7 out of the past 8 years or 6 out of the past 7 years, we haven't, increased premiums. Matt, would you happen to know, is that right?
I believe it's 6 out of 7.
6 out of 7,
Yeah,
there you go.
that's amazing. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Director Meek, did you have something else? Okay, great. Director Moore.
Thank you all for all the hard work, and you're right in line with my logic on trying to retain good employees and what it takes to do that and be competitive, and it is what it is at that point. But I just take the time to make a motion that we approve the resolution regarding employee compensation and pay increases for the 2025-2026 school year as presented.
Second.
Motion by Moore, second by Geiger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 21, the strategic plan. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just also wanted to put out there, we included that executive limitation 8 because it is related to compensation and benefits. So I wanted to give you space to ask any questions that you might have on that, although it sounds like maybe you don't, but I just wanted to make sure to call that out.
I think we're good.
Okay, then it will be on your consent agenda next meeting. Thank you.
Great. All right, so we'll move to the strategic plan update for a 10-minute presentation and a 15-minute Q&A.
Good evening, directors. It's my pleasure to reintroduce Ray McNulty, our partner at Successful Practices Network, who has been, in the thick of a lot of conversation over the last month and change. Tonight, Ray is going to give you a quick update on where we are, where we're going, and also just give you some a tidbit of data that we pulled just for his team pulled just for this presentation. And it's been awesome working with Ray. The feedback we've gotten has been just awesome. And I want to thank you to the extent that anybody's watching. Thank you for completing the survey. We've had at or around 3,000, perhaps a little bit over, survey completions on top of a lot of conversation with kids, with families, with community. With staff, with leaders, with you all. We'll continue those conversations as we go along here. So with that, Mr. McNulty.
Thank you. And it's great to be here. And I have 10 minutes to run through this little slide deck, but I just want you to know the purpose of this presentation is really to update the board on what's going on, the process, the trends, next steps, and I'll cover those just before I end. The data that I have is really we stopped on February 21st to gather the information just to get this put out for you today. And we'll be giving you a comprehensive review sometime in April or shortly after that when we crunch all the data. So far, just so that you know, I've done 28 sessions with stakeholder groups, 29 tomorrow night. And I have to just say something about the stakeholder groups. You know, we've had families, businesses, we've had students, we've had board committees, superintendent committees, amazing group of people. They're just amazing. And the students have been great. Middle school students on through high school, they've been great. We had a couple of committee meetings where students just dug right in and they're really serious about their future. And it's been exciting. So as Steve said, when we started on February 28th, there were about 2,500, 2,800, I think was the actual number, surveys. It's probably up over 3,000 now. We're closing the surveys tomorrow night after we finish on that set. If you haven't taken the survey, please do. And let me get into a little of the data. So this is really preliminary data. I just wanted you to say we're looking for trends. And just so you know, what we're doing is we've got all these face-to-face meetings that have been going on, and we got the survey. And what we want to do is look at the face-to-face data and the survey data and see what connects. And in this one, we basically asked, what skills do you think are the most important for students to succeed in the future? And when you look at it, our students want deeper critical thinking. I mean, they want to expand the human brain. They want to do those kind of things. So we're seeing that in the reports. We're looking at using technology and the brain together. We see that coming up. Let me see if I can, it doesn't show up on there. But you'll see creativity, and all of that is seeming to be the driving factor. When we look at learning experiences, this really opened a lot of our eyes. There's quite a focus on real-world learning opportunities. When you meet with the students, they talk all about that. They're talking about, we want to get out and do the work in the communities. So we're seeing more of that kind of an inspiring activity. So real-world learning experience, career technical education, they seem to all want to get engaged in that. When we met with the business community, they were all about it. They were all about having our kids not just learn, I want to say workforce skills, but learn skills like communicating with people in a room, getting engaged, working collaboratively. Those are the kind of skills, and you're going to see a skills chart in a moment that I think will give you a good insight into how the groups have been thinking. I'm not sure if there's any questions on that. I'll just try to go through these. What current programs or practices do you believe are essential and should remain? It wasn't unusual to see strong focus on foundational skills. This district really puts a lot of emphasis in foundational skills. I think that's excellent, and we see that as the number one. Then they seem to wander over in this particular group. There's only like 300 people in this right now, but support services and then that focus on mindset. And I think some of that data, when we look at it, is coming from students, from principals that are concerned about, emotional stress and the stresses on a lot of our kids as well as our teachers in the world today. This next series of slides, this is interesting. These were particular questions that the district wanted to make sure that were included. And we do see, for the middle school, we do see a pretty interesting connection up there. I think it's, 74% of the district believes that the middle school structure should be 6 to 8. That was something that was on there. And the number 10, that 10th question, that question was really about practice of providing additional collaboration time in the elementary and middle schools. And we see again, at the high end, 59, almost 60% of the people are saying, yeah, we do want to see that, which is kind of an interesting early trend. I enjoyed these next two slides because this is parents and people, whether they had children in the school or not. But the questions below, like that 15 and 15B, the question below 15B, they asked, are you aware your student is using AI to help complete their classwork? And 36% of the parents said yes, but 66 said no. They weren't clear on that. But when you take that and transform it over, do you see AI as a valuable part of your student's educational experience? It flips. They said, yeah, we want them to do that. So it was just kind of interesting. They're not sure if they're using it, but they want them to use it. That's seemingly what we see in that. This one kind of focuses on our teachers in the district. And 16B talks about, are you currently using AI for your classroom experience? And this is something I know that's going on in the district, that there's a lot of engagement in that area. But 54% of the teachers that were engaged in it were saying, yeah, we're using it for lesson plans. We're using it in that way. And then when we look on the opposite side, do you see AI as a valuable part of students' education? That immediately jumped up to 65%. So there's definitely a trend of balancing both human and digital, like thinking together. When we got to some open-ended questions, and there were several open-ended questions in the survey, this one is, what innovations would you like to see in our district? And again, they went right back into emphasizing critical thinking, problem solving. Financial literacy came up across the board in every group I sat with, whether it was the business group, the government group, the parent group, the middle school student group, the high school student group, committees. Financial literacy was like immediate. And it was fun listening to seventh and eighth grade students talk about, you got to teach us how to do our taxes and how to make money. And it was pretty interesting. I didn't know they paid taxes. I started to ask them, are you paying taxes now? Like, well, how come you all of a sudden want to pay taxes? But balancing the use of technology and traditional learning methods is critical. And we see a lot of that. We saw that conversation with teachers as well. Prioritizing social emotional learning, improving teacher training, and providing more individualized education and vocational training. Those trends popped up quite a bit. But what I wanted to do is to share with you that some of the board members were involved in you were present in some of the meetings. And one of the things that we did with all of the face-to-face groups is we gave them 4 plausible futures. The futures that we gave them, there's 3 of them summarized on this chart. If you'd like the full paragraphs of those, just let somebody know, and we've got plenty of copies of that. We can give them to you. But here's the thing. Those plausible futures were developed after the work with the cabinet we had them predicting some things for the future, and then we built 4 plausible futures. 3 of the plausible futures are getting very high grades, meaning that people believe that these 3 plausible futures, they may not like them, but they're likely to happen. That's the way they have to look at this. And based on that, we asked the people, what other ideas are out there in the field? And these are the other 2 critical issues that popped out when we did this survey on the 21st. The population in the region will become more diverse. 92% of respondents so far see that as really important, and we should be planning for that. And the one below, and this kind of goes along with the conversation you just finished, finding and keeping good educators will become increasingly difficult. The number of people going into education is dropping like a rocket. And this is going to be a real challenge in the future. And we're seeing it in the data. People are concerned about that. This district has, from the educators that I've met and from the people I've engaged with, you have a lot of really fine educators. And it's like, this is something that we all have to be paying attention to. You're not alone in this, like every district in the country. So they're all chasing what's out there. One of the most important pieces of the survey, from my perspective, is it's nice to know that people believe that these are plausible futures. This is something we'll see. This idea of bilingualism really is about using your brain and technology. It's being bilingual in the world today. But these are a bunch of skills in 4 domains that, again, came out of the work when we put the cabinet together and they looked at the future and they started talking about skills of the future. These are the kind of things that were said, and we clustered them in 4 domains. When we have face-to-face meetings, we ask all the people, business people, parents, you name it, to score every skill on this map you see in front of you. And then in each area, like the area in skilled learners, skilled collaborators, skilled problem solvers, resilient and healthy individuals, we ask them we also want you to pick what you think is the most important skill in each domain. And so far, when this was done, those are the 4 that popped out. I just want you to think about them for a minute. Skilled learners, use facts and evidence to make good decisions. Skilled collaborators, builds trust with others through honest actions. Skilled problem solvers, bounces back from mistakes and learns from them. And the last one, resilient and healthy individuals, handle stress and feelings in healthy ways. As I look at those, this is just me thinking out loud with you. Those elements, and we'll see how if it stays true to the end of the data. But those elements really say these are the four, like every student in Douglas County should be graduating with those 4 skills in their pocket. And when you look at those 4 skills, they're pretty powerful. And I just thought I'd share that. That's how we're starting to look at some of this data. Haven't had long conversations with it yet, but that's what we know. So the remaining steps, we're finalizing the data. We're, the data on the survey is easy to connect, easy to get done. The handwritten face-to-face data is coming along pretty well. We'll have that done in a few weeks. We're going to report the data and considerations to the superintendent and the cabinet. We'll give them the look at the data. We'll follow it up with work sessions with the superintendent, the cabinet, the board. We'll prioritize strategic commitments with you. We'll look for key elements in all the data that we're collecting, and we'll put together the supporting documents, and then we'll start to structure strategic priorities and goals. And one of our goals is going to be trying to get you down to maybe 4 or 5 initiatives. No more, less is better. But our goal is to try to really zero in on what are the key ones, and then present the strategic plan back to the board. We hope to have that happen sometime in April. That's the way we are thinking, and I think that's 10 minutes, or close to 10 minutes. So, questions, thoughts?
So thank you very much, and thank you for all of the work that you're putting into this. I know it's a lot of time and energy, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Director Geiger.
Thank you very much. Couple questions. First of all, we've got 2,500 survey results. Is that typical, and is it statistically?
It's probably going to be over 3,000.
Okay.
But that, when you're out there asking in the middle of this busy world for that, that's a pretty good number for us.
So you're confident you'll be able to draw statistically significant conclusions from that?
From talking to the 2 people, the psychometricians that are in our office, they think it's pretty good.
And are the survey results that we're getting consistent with what you're hearing in the public comments and in the public meetings?
All I can say is, I think so right now, because this information was on the 21st when we pulled the data. Since then, we've had so many other meetings with them, and I think that they are, but we haven't gone into all the data yet. And we pulled this together because it was a special request to make sure, let's just take a quick look, see what we, it's kind of like opening one Christmas present or whatever. It's like, let's see what we're getting for Christmas. We're looking at it, we basically, I think from my partner that was doing this with me, a guy by the name of Steve Brown, he was the on-site futurist. He and I spent one of the days, I think it was a snow day, we spent the snow day going through all kinds of the handwritten ones, and there is congruence. We see some pretty, there's not a big swing. We're seeing the whole focus on creativity, the whole focus on collaboration, whole focus on practical work, practical learning. That's what we hear from everybody. We hear it from parents. We had a great parent group. The last parent group we had was an online parent group, and I think they would have almost stayed online for 2 hours. They just kept going and going and going. So we're getting some good stuff.
Okay. And again, one of the reasons we hired you is you do this across the country.
We do.
Are we unusual? Are we seeing, are the issues that our people seeing consistent?
Yeah, everybody's, yeah. You know what, it's consistent with what we're seeing in what I would say are high-performing districts, districts that aren't struggling, districts that can't meet a state standard. Because you've got to make the state standards before you can be innovative and creative. All right, you've got to have a baseline. And what I'm seeing, which is really interesting, is a richer conversation because they're not chasing the state standard. So they're saying, we know we have to reinvent our profession. We know there are other things we can do. Do we have, like, one of the conversations that comes up sometimes is, when we look at how we structure learning, and particularly take your high school students, they have to have 4 math, 4 science, 3 this, 3 that. Is that really the future? And we hear that conversation going on. You don't hear that in schools where they're struggling just to say to make the break.
We're a little higher on Maslow's hierarchy.
You are, probably a little bit, yeah. That ladder keeps getting higher.
Thank you.
That's great, thank you.
I think one of the things that makes me happy is that this board and the district is already doing a lot of the work that is being called out. So AI, like we're doing that. Financial literacy is a conversation we've had several times. We're doing a lot of work within dyslexia, within the support services, and our CTE. So it makes me proud.
Yeah, you guys, it's great to push these out there, these theories of what the future is going to look like. And when we do that, it's interesting. But the fact is that this district and the other districts that are like this district, of which I'd say there is not as many as I would love to see. But when those districts start to talk, they're talking about where they want to go. So many other districts really are looking back and say, how do we improve on what we've been doing? You have to do both in this world. And you have to actually, because the speed of change is so quickly, you have to make the future a little bit more important than the past. We want to bring the right things with us into the future. And I think that the district has made some good decisions. Yeah.
Thank you. Director Myers.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
Monday night, I know you presented to the SAG students.
Yep.
What was this Monday, wasn't it? And anyway,
It was.
and one of the good things, and I wondered if you, everywhere you have this QR code available, so then the kids or whoever can immediately tap into it and fill out the survey. So I had to, and I feel like, and Director Meek and I, SAG is quite a accomplished group of kids.
They sure are.
And I think some of the kids that I deal with when we're even visiting schools, and many of them that I meet, I just feel like, man, they just are so way above anything that I was in high school. With the number of things they do, their schedules they have. I think I was committed to one thing in high school, and I mean, these kids are committed to several different things. But I had to look and think on, well, maybe let me ask you this. In your, do you kind of know the number of kids that have responded, the percentage of students, kids that have responded?
I don't know yet.
You don't know yet, but we might know that.
We will. If they're in the survey, they identify themselves as a student.
Okay, so then when I look back at the critical capacities for our kids, depending on, then that's the 15, and you highlighted one under each, like skilled learner, skilled. So I kind of had to chuckle to myself, and I'm going to try to say this that it doesn't sound negative, but with some of these things that you handle stress and feelings in healthy ways in the past, whether this is an adult or a student, have we been poor examples for some of our children, and they're looking at this and this is what they want to do to now going forward in the future? I feel like in Douglas County, we've got some really bright thinking, critical thinking kids, and they're going to go forward with maybe not using some of the examples of adults, that they are around.
Yep. I think one of the things that's happening in the world right now, and it's not just here, but I think some of our brightest students, the world's changing so quickly. They're stressed about how much more they can do and how quickly can they do it. And, sitting with the groups that we were with in that, I forget the name of the group, but DAC, so they had some of the best answers all week long that week. There was a student that was sitting right behind me, and when he started to talk, I thought he was a professor or something. I mean, he was very deep in his conversation, and the rest of the group, joined in. So it was a exciting time. I think the stress is not, is less about the school. It's more about the environment around them, and it's just so quick and moves so quickly that they're like, I can't catch up. Yeah.
Thank you.
That was a fun group, though.
Yeah, I was able to see you conduct a couple of different focus
Yes,
groups.
you did.
And so the student advisory group was great.
That's right.
And then the district accountability committee was
Yep.
the other one. So I'm glad you expanded a little bit on the stressors for kids, because I was going to ask about that. And you had also mentioned stressors on teachers.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we get the final data, are we going to have it disaggregated so we can see these key stakeholder groups and primary takeaways from those groups?
That's how it's designed, so
Okay.
I have my, yeah. We should be able to see where on the survey, as long as they filled out the right demographic, we should be able to break that down. Yeah.
Were you able to meet with any student groups with some of our alternative high schools, which maybe have different perspectives from the student advisory group?
I don't know. I think we had some students in some of our groups, and our very first meeting was with, I want to say it was a diversity group, an equity group. And there was students from all over the district, but they were very engaging, and they saw things very differently as other people, and so I wouldn't know exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I would just maybe encourage you to work with staff to make sure that you're getting representative student voice. And I think you did go to
Yes,
some
we-
of our comprehensive high schools.
We did.
But I just think some of our alternative high schools might be worth.
Yeah, Chief of Staff Colella.
So we actually had our leaders from all of our schools volunteer kids, and we had to, we couldn't obviously go to all of our schools, and we tried to touch as many schools as we could regionally. I don't believe we went to any of our alternative schools, just given the time constraints on that, so.
Every principal that I met said that, when I asked them about the group in the room, they said they're from every spectrum we have in the building.
Yeah.
So,
I'd also add, if I may, we also had staff from every region and from all of our schools. So
Yes.
I believe that
Yeah, we
all
did.
of our alternative schools were represented in those conversations at minimum.
that
And
is correct.
And to Ray's point, even the students, we asked our building leaders to give us an array, kids who represent an array of experiences within the building. So.
Dr. Thompson?
Hi, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I just have a few questions.
Sure.
So kind of going back to the question that Director Geiger had brought up with the survey responses. So I noticed that, after question one, the number of responses to each question, that N drops pretty dramatically as we go farther down the study or the survey. Are the survey questions in an order of importance? Or are there considerations to rotate the questions so we can try to increase the N on some of those ones that will have less than 100 responses to
Yeah,
them?
they're not, they're in a format that was designed by the psychometricians and our vendor that houses it. I don't know enough about the positioning of them. I'll find out and get back to somebody at the central office, but I think one of the challenges is that, the survey's not a long survey, but it has a lot of open-ended questions, and there's a lot of people that just do not like to do open-ended questions, and they quickly, now, we only had, I think, about 800, I think, that we started with, that were in that survey at that time. And that was early on before we had any really long face-to-face meetings where we plugged the surveys. And I don't know what the completion rate is now, so I'll keep an eye on that.
So it might have improved.
No, it's a really good question. And I will follow up on it, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
or I wonder if just like adding a prompt when we're asking people, like, please complete the survey, or
Yes,
please get
yeah.
all the way through the survey, so we can hear your responses, across all of these important categories. The other question that I had was, you had mentioned actually a moment ago about like, it's really the two parts, the forward-thinking innovation, but then also thinking about what our strengths have been, et cetera. So how are we evaluating our strengths and areas of opportunity as we are, moving into this next phase?
I'm not sure if I
Are
understand
we,
the question.
are we evaluating our strengths and areas of opportunity as a district, like those perceptions, like?
Yeah, I mean, what we're asking them is, what things, one of the key questions that we ask them when we're face to face is, what are the things that we need to keep in the system? What are the things we need to stop in the system? And what are the things we need to add to the system? And those are the three questions that we've been using to look at the internal, model. But we're not really evaluating any of those programs at this point in time. We're just trying to get a sense of what do people value, what do students value in the schools? What do the parents value in the schools? What does the business community value in the schools? What should we keep? What should we continue to keep doing? Does that help
Okay,
at
so
all?
we're like categorizing it when they respond?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
What are some trends that you've noticed?
I haven't noticed any on that because we haven't,
It hasn't been
it hasn't been something that we've analyzed yet.
Okay, and then for the last, second to last slide for the from here, oh, you have it up still. So I was just curious if you could just go into a little bit more detail. Oh, it was there, sorry. That second to last one, the from here.
This one?
Yep.
Yep.
So for this one, when get to the work sessions, right, the third
Yep.
bullet, do you mind just like expanding on what that looks like a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, once we get all the data and we put it together, we'll look for trends, we'll look for what's happening between the face-to-face and we'll create a document that will put all of that in a document. The point is, it's going to be overflowing with all kinds of things. So we need to sit with superintendent, cabinet, boards and say, okay, these are the trends we see, these are the things we see, but we don't live in this building every week. We're not working in it. We need you to tell us what are the things that accent, that will add to the system's work and not. So we'll be going through that with the district particularly and with the cabinet. And then one of the outcome of the project is to create three things that are important. One is literally a one-page strategic plan that you can show everybody and put everywhere, and people don't need a giant document. Two, a comprehensive look at the data and the critical areas that we would determine. So we would look at key elements and strategic priorities and goals. And then the last thing we would put together, once we get that done, is put together a brochure that would be about the Douglas County schools and where they're going, and build something that you would have that you can use with the public, you could use at meetings, but that's basically what we're going to be doing. In the big plan, there will be goals for the district and how you would measure them. We'll put all that together. So that'll be a key part of the major part of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, moving into our policy governance section, number 22, superintendent, monitoring report on executive limitation 11, asset protection.
Okay. Oh, is this working? Let's try this again. There we go. Okay, so as with the last executive limitation, we've provided the information for your review, and CFO Schleisner, Mr. Reynolds, and myself are here for any questions that the Board of Education may have. Or at least they were.
Director Thompson.
Great, thank you. I have a really simple question, just for the, under insurance, like the level of compliance.
Can you specify what page so that Mr. Blair can get there?
It might just be scroll. It's pretty close to the top, though, because it's my first note. Oh, right there, right?
We just duly noted page
I was just
numbers.
curious how the 80%, how we get to 80%. Is that just a standard? Is it the compliance statement?
Industry standard.
Oh.
I think that's a fairly common metric regarding that. We certainly can evaluate that and change that if you'd like.
And then, do you want me to just go on? Okay, the next question I have, though, I don't know the page number, but it's just the compliance of legal is all I put as my reference to get to it. I wasn't sure if we were going to quickly skim the document, but it was that, let me just pull it up.
And my apologies that there's no page numbers. We will get that right next time, because it's like the blind leading the blind here. She wants that one.
Yeah. So it'd be number 3.
Number 3.
Yeah. Third page, Mr. Blair. Top of the third page. There, right?
Keep going.
No, he's on page 4.
Yeah. Let's keep going until we get to number 3. I think that one.
There we go. Which is the top of the 6th page.
Yeah. So, okay, thanks. Yeah, so again, it was just a question about the compliance statement. So compliance will be demonstrated when the district adopts policies and procedures that proactively manage legal risk. I was just wondering if this should include also following those policies, like if there should be that second part. So it's not just the policies themselves, but that we have policies, but that we're actually adhering to policies. I know that we have kind of like that in other compliances statements later on, like we see that duality. It's like we have the rule and then we're also following the rule. So that was my feedback on that one.
Sure, we can make that change.
And that's it for me.
Director Meek?
I had a question around cyber insurance policies and just wondering if in the current environment, and this is something that I should have provided earlier, so I don't expect an answer right now. But just knowing the prevalence of school districts that are being hacked and dealing with that, I was just curious if maybe that could be addressed, if not tonight, in the future.
So we have that on page 3.
I know we have insurance. I guess what I'm wondering is, do you feel like it has changed or needs to change? Do you feel like it's adequate, given the current environment? I just know when I work with a lot of districts, that's an area of concern right now.
We will get back to you on that.
Oh,
go ahead.
Management is in my department, and I do address the extent of our liability or our exposure for cyber risk with our Director of Risk, Katie Van Horn, and she assures me that we have sufficient insurance to protect the issues that arise in this current environment related to the potential for there to be a breach or concerns for school districts.
Thank you.
Director Geiger?
Can you tell me how often we reevaluate our insurance provider? Is it yearly? Do we have 2-year policies, that kind of thing?
We evaluate insurance on a yearly basis.
Okay. And do we use a broker to assist us with that?
We do not yet necessarily use a broker for, I can't specifically answer that question without getting more information from our Director of Risk. I do anticipate that, I anticipate and know that in some instances for certain types of insurance, we may utilize a broker or a conduit for determining and evaluating the best source for a particular type of insurance.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 23, proposed revisions to LBDR, well, -R-1, Charter School Procedure Manual for our second reading.
Hello.
Hi.
And thanks for the opportunity to be back. Having all those dashes sometimes makes me word slip as well. Wanted to just give a couple of things up front before you get into the second reading, just to make sure that, give you kind of what has happened between first reading and second reading and what has been done in terms of feedback and collaboration in the system. So back in September, I want to start with the reason for these revisions that we have in our current policy was really, kind of twofold. Number one, we want to maintain strong relationships with our charter schools. We want to make sure that we're following everything to the extent of the law and making sure that they're protected with their autonomy, along with accountability that we are responsible for as authorizers. So in a situation we had, we looked at our current policy that is in place, and that had implications in there around of if there was a change in enrollment, increasing the enrollment of the students in the school, that would be something that would come to the board. That was something that we've had in practice, and we haven't gone through these a lot. So we learned from that experience. We took feedback from some stakeholders and learned that, you know what, we probably should update that, because this, in a situation like a school that has a current, again, if it's authorized as let's say a K-8 school or a K-12, if that K-12 school wants to double the size of their building and increase their enrollment, that's really in alignment with the charter school law. They can do that. They can do that without coming to the board. But in a situation where we have kind of nuances with that expansion, let's say, for example, we have what you saw with Global Village currently. That school was a K-6, was expanding grade levels. Their contract with you and their board only authorizes them currently to do K-6. So they would have to tell us and go through an application for you to then amend their contract through resolution to expand to K-8, to add those grade levels in. So that grade level expansion, adding something that's not currently in their contract, is what would trigger an application and a presentation to you. Okay, so it's kind of, there's a few layers there, and I think that's a key distinction to make, is that the current way that this policy is written and has been reviewed is to say that this school on this piece of property, if there is no change to grade levels and no major programming, like adding a social or a SSN classroom program, or adding a specific, let's say, a homeschool enrichment program, something like that that's not in a current contract, that is nothing that has to come back to the board. That's a contract amendment, and that is just a change. It's really not even a contract amendment. They can just do it. They can just do those things. But if it's something that is there's a major program improvement or an addition of grades, that is a contract with you and their board that has to come back to us, so that we can present that case to you and say, they've submitted sufficient information, we're asking you to approve that contract amendment, which would then go to their board. So that's kind of a key distinction there. We did have multiple opportunities for feedback. On 9/13, there was feedback in our weekly newsletters that we put out to our charters. It was again repeated the following week. So there was 2 opportunities that went out to every single charter leader. They get that on a weekly basis to provide feedback on the first reading. There was also at our October 3rd district leadership meeting, a presentation made by me to all charter leaders who were in attendance, going through the outlines of the first reading revisions. After that, we did get some feedback from the Alliance of Charter Schools in Douglas County, 2 board members, and you have that attachment on your document. They sent back some feedback, and we again took that in good faith and reviewed and went through, and there's a lot of things that we agreed with in their revisions. And so we did strike some things that were more elements of the application, or that were confusing and might make it seem like, again, that they were having to ask in a situation that state law provides they don't have to ask. So we really tried to clean it up that way and do that. So we had that feedback. That we had an in-person meeting or a virtual meeting with a couple of directors from the Alliance in February, on February 4th. We then Did not get any feedback at all from the public. So the community forum feedbacks, we did not get any feedback through that avenue. But then we did, after this proposed revision and after the final iteration, I did meet again with the 2 board directors of the Alliance of Charter Schools last Friday and let them know, here's what has been gone through, here's what will be on the board docs, giving them an update before everything went public. So I just wanted to make sure you saw the kind of the line of communication that's been going on, but coming back to that again and saying, we did receive great feedback from our charter school partners. We had that reviewed by internal and outside counsel, looking at what we are required to do by the state in terms of our authorization practice, while also maintaining the integrity of charter school law.
What? Does somebody have any? Director Geiger, did you have something?
So what's a major program change? Have we defined that? Did I miss where we defined that?
Yeah, that was something in our conversations was, again, something that is, let me give you, it's hard to put all the examples in there. An example of Aspen View Academy a few years ago. They said, we're not adding grade levels, we're already at K-8. We don't have enough room to do our science labs. We need to build an addition to our school to do science labs. That would not go through this process. Challenge to Excellence recently, actually in 2 cases with Challenge to Excellence. A few years ago, they decided to change their library into a STEM learning center. Again, that's not, you're adding that's in line with your contract, you don't need it. Again, a major program such as like we are adding a SSN program, or we're looking at doing a homeschool enrichment program. Those are things that are kind of major programming.
And those would generally not be consistent with the language in their current charter. The key here is if you're changing the contract, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so that would be, if there was a significant change to the language you're providing in ways that are not consistent with the current contract, both parties to the contract have to agree to it. That's correct. Sorry, as a lawyer, that's kind of basic contract law, and a charter in many ways is a contract, right?
Correct.
Okay. And this also helps the district in that, for example, Global Villages expansion. It when they expand 2 grades, that impacts enrollment at neighborhood schools. We don't use that as a criteria for approving it, but having a process whereby if they make a change like that, we are aware, helps us plan better for neighborhood schools, correct? And for other charter schools.
Sure, it does, but also I would say, that's not, again, we're not limiting that enrollment cap.
No.
We're not saying you can't do that because it would draw students from another school. It's just saying we know, because we got to change the contracts. We need to know that you have the things in a row to do it.
Well, and this is consistent with the fact that we're always trying to keep track of where the kids are and where we're going to need future. And if our charter schools are providing additional resources, that helps us plan better for neighborhood schools, correct?
I would probably say yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add a couple of clarifications. So another example of a major program change would be, we're a core knowledge school and we've decided now we'd like to be a performing arts school. So that's very, very different from what their contract is. And pertaining to the number of students, we do get enrollment projections from our charter schools every single year. So that's built into our routine process that we have those projections from charter schools that can help inform us on, what we need to look at adjusting in our neighborhood schools. Thank you.
Director Weiniger.
So with the attachment that you have on here right now, does it need to be updated or anything, or is this language correct? And basically saying you only need to come to us for an expansion if you're adding grades, not if you're adding a classroom with that same grade.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I don't know if the updates after the last conversation.
We do have one. I've got to find it. Mary, do you have it? We are looking for the update that we just recommended in a recent email to make sure that we're crystal clear that expansion only means when you're changing the grade levels you serve, or you are changing the programming that's laid out in your contract in a major way, material change.
Yes.
Go ahead, Director Myers.
So originally, I sent out an email earlier to the board that I wanted to postpone this item 23, the LBDR-R-1, maybe until May, just because we have so much on our plate in April. Because of an email we received, which was the same person that we had public comment from tonight, just wondering, I think a concern was, are we reciting our state law, using our state law as due to the expansion? And we want to make sure that we have a good relationship with our charter schools, that we, going forward, that, we keep that relationship with our charter schools. And could this ever be a liability for the district if we've got some things in there? I mean, maybe just even in removing the expansion, the whole expansion statement.
So it would not be our recommendation to remove the entire expansion statement, because if a charter school went from being a K-5 to a K-8, we do need to approve that because that is not in their charter. Likewise, if a charter school wanted to change from a core knowledge school to a performing arts school, that's not in their charter. So that's why that expansion section exists. In the case of the email that we received, and you all may have seen that I replied, one concern was certainly related to that gentleman's charter school having to go through an expansion process, which under the policy as it is today, that charter school would have to. Under the policy with these proposed revisions, a change in your existing location, changing your building, or changing the number of students that you have enrolled in the grade levels you're already approved for does not trigger a so-called expansion.
So I guess with the last information that we've received over the last 24 hours, I'm wondering if I have enough information to make a good decision tonight, because it's an action item, correct? And that are all of our charter schools. I know I took notes, Mr. Mosier, that, about you've had feedback from the charter schools, and just want to make sure I know that it's important going forward that we have that relationship, and are we going to maintain it with the information that we have, with the wording that we have in this LBD-R-1? Are they all, pretty happy, I guess?
Superintendent Kane.
So I would just add that part of the reason that, as Mr. Mosier said, part of the reason that we are changing LBD-R-1 is to make it less intrusive for our charter schools. So this is an improvement that makes it less intrusive for our charter schools and less onerous for our charter schools. So this is a positive change. If we leave it in place until May, if we leave the current policy in place until May, it will be more onerous for our charter schools, because the current policy is more onerous than what we are suggesting here. Was that a reasonable summary? I'm sorry, I feel like I sound like an old man.
I just want to feel comfortable with this information coming out so quickly and having to respond to it, that we're doing our due diligence with our charter schools, and, just brought up questions that I compared with the email and the public comment with our policy. So, okay.
I would say the other element on that, just to be aware of, is we currently have renewal contracts of 4 renewal schools that we need to write, and we're on a timeline of getting those to those schools, but we cannot do those renewal contracts yet because we're still waiting on this. And there's language in this that pertains to those contracts, and we really want to get those contracts finalized and back to you on those renewal schools who went through this past fall.
So we are on a little bit of a deadline.
But we already have a policy in place. So we have a policy.
Yes.
And so it's.
It's just
Right.
worse.
No, I hear what you're saying, but we have a policy,
Yes.
so it's not like we can't. I appreciate that we got new language today. I feel like that cleared a lot for me. But I'm just looking at the email that we received, and there are some other things in there that unfortunately, just because we didn't get the language until this afternoon, by no fault of the district, I want to be clear. I mean, we didn't receive an email until late yesterday afternoon, so there's zero blame on that. It's just, I haven't had a chance. It was 1:30 today, and we had a meeting that started at 4:15. So but I do appreciate the new language. Director Thompson.
I was just going to thank you for the information. I did have a chance to read it, and I felt like it clarified it. So I personally don't have any outstanding questions on this policy.
So are you making a motion?
Move to adopt the policy as written.
Moved by Geiger, second, I'm sorry.
The
With the
proposed revision that had been shared earlier today with the board can be found, and I'd just like to identify it for the Board of Education and the public listening in, on the bottom of page 12 in the red line version, if that could be put up on the screen. This is the unredlined, this is redlined. Okay. Right here, the second to the bottom line, or excuse me, it's in the third line in the second paragraph where it says existing leadership to expand. The proposal is to change that language to continue to include the scope by adding grade levels or major programs. So we would not delete the scope, but it's, so the sentence would read, an expansion application is not an evaluation of an application team's capacity to create a new charter school, period. Instead, it is an evaluation of an existing charter school's success, capacity of the existing leadership to expand the scope by adding grade levels or major programs. So we're not deleting the two words, the scope, we're deleting or add, and we're adding by adding grade levels or major programs.
And if I could add, President Williams? So the same change should be made to the very first sentence under charter school expansion procedure. For existing district charter schools interested in expanding the scope by adding grade levels or major programs. Exact same change in two places.
Can I ask for one more thing before we go to a vote? Is there any way, there are other places in this that have state law. Can we cite state law in that under the expansion portion?
Mm-hmm.
I think the assumption is that we would be complying with state law, and clearly there are procedures in place for any charter school to file an objection through these, applicable procedures for challenging actions that might be taken by the district or its Board of Education. To the extent that you would like to consider addition of a compliance with state law in the expansion section of this policy, I think the very last sentence, if we could go to the next page, on page 13. we could add a sentence that the district will take into consideration the requirements of the Charter Schools Act at, and I can, I believe, reference the section for you if you give me a little bit of time to look it up. I believe it's, might take me a while, but we could reference that specific section. I think it's 22-30.5, 107. But I'd like to check that.
Just another, I think there's one more part while you're looking that up that we'll have to include an edit on page 12. Expansion applications are submitted by existing DCSD authorized charter schools for adding grade levels, not expansion of grade levels. On page 12, it's the last sentence. Expansion applications are submitted by existing DCSD authorized charter schools for adding or addition of.
I would suggest for expanding the scope by adding grade levels or major programs. Same exact language.
I
Good
agree with
catch.
that.
I agree.
So this is what I'm worried about, is this just not consistent because we haven't had enough time this afternoon. Go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is feeling a little messy. I wonder if we just get the edits made and have it on consent agenda at the next meeting, and we can pull it if we have questions, but.
And I think that we're going to, on the April 8th meeting, make it a voting meeting so that we can give the public an opportunity to have two public comment sessions for the consolidation of schools. So I am open to doing that, but I know we already have a motion and a second. So do you want to take your motion off, Brad? Or
I will withdraw my motion at this time. The second has to as well.
do you withdraw as well?
Yeah, I withdraw if we're gonna do it on the next meeting.
Yes, I'm good with that. So we will motion to, so I'll just need a motion to put this on the consent, make all of the necessary changes, put it on the consent agenda for the April 8th meeting. Do I have a motion to do that?
So move.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 24, proposed revisions to fiscal management policies. DB, DBR, DFA, DID, DIE, and DN for our first reading.
Hi, I'm back. It's been a while since we've revisited these financial policies. It's your D section of your board policies. Luckily, I think they're still in pretty good shape. This is a lot of cleanup, a little bit referring to current law and adding some clarification. So I'm not going to go through a lot of detail on these, but I'm happy to answer questions, and there's a few highlights I'm going to hit on a few of these. All of these policies have been reviewed by the Fiscal Oversight Committee, and there's some comments that have been changed with their suggestions to this. So just know that they have had 2 chances to thoroughly review these. So the first one is DB, the annual budget. And I actually realized that I didn't get the red line on the first one done quite correctly. I apologize for that. It used to say that all decisions shall be made shall be made honestly, is what it said. And I just thought that was just way too vague. And so we really wanted to put that to something more solid that our public could put their hands on and refer to. So we changed that to all decisions shall be made in accordance with board members' code of ethics and code of conduct. And then we added that reference at the bottom of the policy. And then the second red one on here was a suggestion directly that came from the Fiscal Oversight Committee, that they wanted some kind of a fiscal statement that you will do what's best for the district and not have personal financial or other stakeholder viewpoints that you're using in there. That is it for DB. Do you want me to go through these? You want me to take questions in between? How do you want to do this?
I think it might be easier to just take questions as we see them. So Director Meek.
Thank you for the work on this. The second bullet that's added there, or the bottom bullet, I mean, isn't that already in policy?
It's in the code of conduct also. It's just reworded slightly from that code of conduct. And we brought that up several times and they were still pretty adamant that they wanted it there, but it's your policy.
Is there a cross-reference at the bottom?
There is.
Okay.
Director Thompson.
I just want to say that I appreciate the engagement with our committees on reviewing and updating these policies. I know that that's not really necessary, but I appreciate that it was a proactive process.
Thank you.
We can move on.
All right. Still on budget. The next one is DBR. A few additional changes on this one, but it's a little bit limited to one section. So on this section, number 3 is related to carryover. So the first one says that the school will develop a spending plan on the use of carryover for money for the amounts over 1% of their provided discretionary budget. We got a comment back from one of our smaller schools that said, hey, 1% is pretty small and I can't even get a general education teacher for my 1%. And it was really hard to develop a plan around such a small amount. So we put the suggestion was to say, at least I want to be able to buy one general teacher. But we want to be very transparent for our public of what is the cost of a teacher. So we settled on $150,000 just to have somebody that they can actually do something with, was the thought there. We scratched off B, but it's really included just in better detail in the ones that follow. So C, actually let me go to D. D is that all carryover amounts will be put onto our transparency website. So this is just very clear onto what we actually do. We actually put the carryover amounts of each school district in detail onto the website. I think that is it. Questions on that?
Director Meek.
Sure. Item B that has been struck, school staff and school accountability committee.
Yes.
Review and provide input to the spending plan. Why was that taken out?
So we I skipped up above that we have school leaders will submit the spending plan to the school leadership and actually I think we don't have quite the right one up here. We've put on here that, and I think I need to get you guys a better copy of this. I'm so sorry. There were a couple copies going around. So the purpose of this is to say that we will give all carryover conversations will happen in conjunction with the bigger budget conversation. And secondly, that once there is a plan, it will be given to the SAC for anything over 10%. So I do think I need to give you a little bit better one of this one. So I apologize for that.
Just to make sure I'm understanding.
Yeah, sorry.
We'll separate the carryover money content from the SAC's legal responsibility to be part of that.
It will be part of the
conversation.
full budget conversation, is what we're
They're
trying to say.
required to do the full budget. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Director Weiniger.
Sorry, is that what B says, or was there more than just what B says on there? The new B?
It seems like that's the intent.
I think that should be red. I think that's why I was missing that. Sorry. So it is the correct one. B, all of B should be red. Sorry.
We're good. Yes, Director Meek.
I just feel like we're mixing carryover content with the overall responsibilities of the entire budget, so maybe having those separated, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, sorry, that was clumsy. DFA is much easier. So DFA really, a couple little language things and refers to the regulation, which there was no reference to it before. That's it.
Any comments? Seeing none, I think we're good.
That one was much easier, thank you. DID that is capital asset reporting. So we made this one clear that the superintendent is not the one that is tracking our assets. That is me and my group. She has other things to do. And then secondly, the uniform grant guidance is increasing their asset limit per grant guidance from 5,000 to 10,000. And we wanted to stay consistent with that. And we are a growing organization. So it felt right to up that threshold of what we look at to capitalize and track and depreciate assets from 5,000 to 10,000. So that is that request. And then secondly, there is a new governmental accounting standard that was put into place last year where we have to capitalize subscriptions for information technology agreements. And it's really complex and hard. I was really glad that I had a new director of finance to really dig into that. But that threshold is much higher because, as you know, everything has this technology component, and we have a ton of technology subscriptions. And so that one's actually 100,000 instead of that 10,000, just to make it manageable.
Any comments on that one? Director Meek?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I'm just kind of curious, the annual inventory of all capital assets. Is that housed somewhere? Because I know
Yeah.
LRPC, has its system. So I'm just kind of curious what that looks like.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. That's one of the beauties of Workday when we implemented that about 8-9 years ago, is that we moved all those assets into that system, and we send out a report to our schools annually and says, here is the listing of all of the assets that we have. Please confirm to us that those are still the assets that you have on hand, or we'll help you dispose or change whatever those assets look like. So it's much easier, and it really is done on an annual basis.
Good, thank you.
Okay. All right, annual audit, DIE.
It makes me laugh.
Yes, I agree.
I'm like 10.
Some years it feels like that. Some of this is updating of language, so it's now called an unmodified opinion instead of unqualified. We will no longer have the School Finance Act of 1994 that has been updated now to that 1448 that we've talked about. And it was a little duplicative because we already talk about state and federal law, so that doesn't need to be called out separately. The number 8, calculation of the school district's fiscal year spending in accordance with the state constitution. That has to do with Tabor, and we are debruced. That is not a requirement of the school district once it becomes debruced, so it doesn't apply to us anymore. So we crossed that out. And I believe that is, and then we just updated references. That is it on that one.
Director Meek?
So this is just a question. On number 5, it feels like a double negative. If the opinion is not unmodified, Is that the right way to say that? It is the right way?
It is, it's awkward,
Okay.
but yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's financial speak.
Yeah, just to confuse you.
All right, thank you.
All right, then finally, DN. So this one is the other side of the equation. This is disposal of assets. It was confusing to me when I read this one. See, is there a redlined one also? That looks like a. Oh, it just didn't pull up.
The red line isn't the red line.
Can you click on the other one? See if it's.
It's the same. Yeah, there's, yeah. It's
They're
okay.
both the same version, there's no red line.
Okay.
But it's such a small policy.
Okay, let me explain this one. So on this one, it was, on the original policy, it was really hard to tell the difference between when we were talking about real property and other types of property. So we broke it out into two different sections to first talk about capital assets in general. And those were just very minor edits on the first section to add in foreseeable. That's really the foreseeable future is really the only wording that we added into the top section. And then on the disposition of real property. For number 3 used to read, as a general rule, all sales should be sealed bid or public auction. If in the judgment of the board, the best interest of the district is served by waiving the competitive bidding requirement, the board may require the sale or other disposition of real property upon such terms and conditions. It says this as a general rule, but we every time came to you guys and said, hey, can we not do that because it's the process is not conducive to the sale of our type of property that we have. So with our property, they usually have to be rezoned and a lot of things have to happen to that property before someone who is not an educational facility can utilize that property in the right way. And so that this did not give us the ability to vet those potential buyers and make sure that we weren't both wasting a bunch of time and money trying to get through a process that they weren't going to get through successfully. So we were striking that and adding real property shall be sold or otherwise conveyed by the board upon such terms and conditions as it may approve. So we simplified it.
And just to clarify, there's no legal requirement in statute for this sealed bid process. Somebody came up with this a long time ago in a different world, right? I'm addressing.
There is no legal requirement under state law for a sealed bid process.
So basically, all this does is give us flexibility in how we want to sell our own property.
Correct. And in
Okay.
the most recent past, we have not utilized the sealed bid process that I am aware of.
Director Meek?
I guess I'm just wondering if we should postpone this first reading since it's not really available to the public to view and provide feedback on.
Yeah, we're not voting on anything tonight.
It's a first reading though, so I think it's kind of confusing.
For what it is worth, the second, I don't know why the red line version didn't come out the way it should, but the second version, the clean version, is the policy that is being proposed. I know it doesn't have the red lines, but it is the policy that is being proposed. I don't know if that helps.
I mean,
We are happy to do whatever.
I mean, is it possible to post the red line like tonight? And then when we push out, give us your feedback on policies, make sure they have that? Okay. Okay.
Thank you, apologize for that.
You're good.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right. Moving on to item 25, the Board of Education Self-Evaluation of Governance 1.6 Board Committee Principles. I went ahead and did this. I, however, did not see that we did this in a previous life. So I didn't have another self-evaluation to go off of. So it was kind of, I started it from the first of last year and moved it to this year to now. So from 24 until now. And it essentially, I found us compliant, and the things that I used to show that were our resolutions for our committee priorities for both the SAG and then the priorities for the other board committees, because I think we did them separately for whatever reason. And then also bylaws for SAG, DAC, and then our other committee bylaws to just show that we have been reviewing and doing those, and they are up to date. So does anybody have any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess one of the challenges with board committees is making sure that they're not giving direction to staff and the superintendent. So I kind of wonder if it's helpful to get evidence in that arena.
Sure.
To make sure that the committees are, operating as we'd like them to, especially under 1.6.2.
I can do that. Director Thompson?
Yeah, so we're thinking like our staff lead at each committee, responding with a letter.
So I'll probably send a letter to Superintendent Kane, and then you can disperse that. I think that it would be the easiest way for me to do that. Director Meek?
I kind of liked how Director Weiniger did hers, where every statement had a compliance or a statement, referring to the evidence of what is available or not. And so, 1.6.1, a committee is a board committee only if its charge comes from the board. I just wonder if it's even worth mentioning what the board committees are within the policy.
Yeah, and I thought about linking to the website to each one of their pages too, so I can certainly go back and do that. I didn't, but I actually do like the way that Director Weiniger does it, but she's green. So emergenetics, yeah. So I'm happy to go back and fix that and give evidence to each one, or at least make a statement. And then I will get evidence in regards to not giving staff any direction.
Yeah, thank you. And I definitely think what you do list fits within like 1.6.8, like the last item. But I just know with board committees, one of the biggest challenges is making sure that they have clarity and get the liaison, the staff liaison, to make sure that they're feeling like it's working well. I think that would be really helpful to know. And thanks for your work on this.
Yep. Awesome. Well, I will make those changes and have it ready for our next meeting. All right. Moving on then to item number 26, the second quarter board budget review. So Director Thompson.
Yep, so this actually pairs up with the second quarter financials, which was on our consent agenda at our last meeting. And so you're not going to see the updates or the discussion that we had most recently about the board budget reflected in this specific one. I don't know if you guys have any additional questions. I know we spoke about it pretty recently because we had talked about, we know that the election fees were going to come in a lot lower, and we had had that discussion about how we wanted to reallocate those funds.
Looks good to me.
Okay, and just an update on next year's budget. Already was presented, what it might look like for next year for the board budget, so that preliminary numbers have been submitted, and then we'll review it again. I think it's May, if I'm right. I'm looking to see if Renee looks at me. I think it's May. Just give me a nod.
All right, good. All right, awesome. We will move then to a discussion on policy JHCE, medical emergencies. So I added this to the agenda based upon an email that we had received, and I just wanted to open a discussion for the board members to kind of talk about and see if there is interest in making any policy changes. And I don't know, I know that this is a very sensitive topic, so I'm not sure the best way to go about it, but just wanted to bring it up so that we could all talk about it. Director Moore, did you have something?
And I know there's probably going to be some need for some legal advice on this one, so I will try not to delve into areas that aren't my lane. And I totally understand the sensitive nature of this, and for whatever reason, the email that we received back in January from a parent about this issue really resonated with me, and I get that depending on your religious convictions, personal feelings, you're going to look at this topic a little bit differently than I may. And I respect everybody's position on this. But the parent raised the issue of they have a child with some significant medical issues. And they, after a lot of deliberation, worked with their doctor and came to a conclusion that the best thing for them to do for their child, for their family, was to have a do not resuscitate order in place for the child. And I believe the child is an elementary school student, if I'm not mistaken on the age. I don't remember. And it brought to the forefront that, according to the email, that, hey, we appreciate the school district working with us on this, and the school, they've been provided a copy of this particular document, but that our policy doesn't allow the school staff to follow the do not resuscitate order. And I believe Colorado statute calls it a CPR order, not necessarily a DNR order, but by and large, conceptually the same thing. So the parents were provided with a copy of the school district policy that says, hey, we will provide your DNR to the first responders when they arrive, but our policy is that we notify first responders regardless of the DNR order in place. We notify them, and then the trained medical professionals are the ones who are statutorily obligated to follow that according to Colorado law. And all that makes perfect sense to me. The quandary and the question was, is there any other option to comply with the medical request of the family without waiting for first responders to arrive on scene to then kind of pass the torch to them to decide how to comply with that? And I get that it's very complicated and it puts different educational staff in a tough situation, especially, there's going to be some questions about who really knows about the order and who doesn't. And I don't know how many of these situations exist, so I get that these are very sensitive and who knows, maybe a challenge. One of the options, options presented by the family was that, could the school district amend its policy to at least allow the school nurse or the medical professional, if the school has one, to be allowed to comply with the order prior to first responders arriving? And that didn't seem unreasonable to me, but again, I know there's legal and other considerations to go along with that. I just felt like we should do due diligence to the request and really just talk about it and see if our policy really is the right way for us to handle these. And I think these are rare circumstances, but they are very important to the families that go to the great lengths to probably do this. So it's my 2 cents.
Director Thompson?
Thank you. So I personally would like to see a drafted version from staff to update this policy. I know state law mentions that a do not resuscitate order needs to be followed by medical personnel. And to me, it seems like it would cause harm to implement life-saving processes only for it to stop as soon as like an ambulance shows up. I can only imagine how traumatic that would be for everybody involved. I'm worried that the way it's currently written would cause harm, aside from the obvious harm it's causing this family to have to revisit and fight for this. So when it's something that they've already worked out with their medical professionals and had to make this hard decision as a family. So that's where I'm at, is I would like to see a draft revision from staff.
Director Geiger.
First of all, thank you. I think this is how we respond to parents. And I appreciate you putting this on the agenda, and thank you for that. I would agree that I think this has to be run past staff and council, and probably insurance. Because it's not hypothetical. Last meeting, we honored people who saved a life, ran and got the pulmonary resuscitation, provided CPR. We are training our people to save lives. And then, of course, there was no way for us to know if that child might have had a DNR. So these are not the fun parts of being on here, because we're parsing very complicated things. Parental decisions are vital on this. I have a DNR. I think it's important. How we let our staff decide, how we tell our staff and how we handle that, I think requires a lot of discussion about this. I think these potential policies are actually a very good start. I appreciate it. But I would like to see in May, because I don't want to see anything else in April, some further analysis from council, perhaps a discussion. I don't know, for example, if there is a Colorado law on liability for failure to comply with the DNR, or if there is a safe haven if we comply with the DNR. So it seems to me, they elected a lawyer to the board, so I'm going to think about these things, that we need to have some further information about. I suspect that the law says if you comply with the DNR in good faith that there is no liability, but I don't know that. And I think there are people who do. So I think that's the next step, to look at this. I think we need to continue to think about this. And again, I appreciate Director Williams, you putting this on the agenda and we considering it.
Yeah, so I too would like to see maybe one or even two options, like but I also recognize that I want to ask, because we have a lot coming up, is May too soon?
Yeah.
And if it is June more realistic? Like, I want to make sure that we're giving staff enough time.
Yeah, I meant May at the earliest.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's urgent, but not emergent.
Thank you very much. A few things. So first of all, if it is sort of the consensus of the board that you would like to see a change to this policy, these policies in the way that we've discussed, staff is happy to go back and make sure we've crossed our Ts and dotted our Is and draft some kind of language. I do want to point out that these are technically superintendent files. So when we come back in June, but because this is such an important issue, it's important to talk over with the board. So when we come back in June, we would bring red lines for your feedback. And then we can take it from there since they're superintendent files. So that would be my recommended approach.
Great. Director Moore, did you have something else?
Just a clarification, that it appears from looking at this real quickly that it's generally, this is mostly covered in Title 15, and emergency medical service personnel are the ones who ultimately are required by that statute to follow the CPR order or directive, as they call it. But the statute also discusses proxies, and I couldn't really quickly find who that necessarily applied to. So if that was a helpful avenue for us to be protected, if we made a change, I just wanted to put that out there, so thanks.
Director Thompson.
So I know we saw some examples from other school districts. One of them looked at decisions being made at the building level. So if that is a consideration with whatever gets brought back, I would like to know, like the pros and cons of it, something being like that versus just like a standard, like this is what our policy is. I just know that we saw 2 examples of what other districts do, so.
Director Moore?
And just one other thing, there is currently a House bill on the floor kind of related to this. It has more to do with who's allowed to make certain decisions to start the DNR process. But there is current legislation that kind of delves into this, but I don't think it's related to the points we're trying to make here.
Okay. All right, well, moving then into Board of Education reports. Our next meeting of the Board of Education is April 8th. Agenda planning for that meeting will be this Thursday, March 6th at 10:30 here at Wilcox. Over the last few weeks, I've visited several schools with Director Myers and in Highlands Ranch. And they have been really good visits. A few things I've taken away is, number one, everyone is very pleased with the communication that we have had with our schools. They feel very supported, and they are appreciative of all the work that the district is doing around this, so thank you. The two biggest things that I heard, and I hope that when this is all said and done, we sit down and have kind of a talk about lessons learned and what we would do differently next time. But one of the ones, obviously, it's the 6th grade talk is really big. That's at all the schools, what's going to happen with 6th grade. And but the one thing that I think that I heard a lot this time was that they wish they just would have known in January, because it would have helped them for budgeting purposes and also hiring in March as that opens, I believe, this week. So I think that that's just feedback that I heard, but everything is super positive and everyone feels very grateful. And then the other thing, so I went to the library yesterday for our engagement session with our not yet in the district, and unfortunately, nobody came. So I think that also happened with another engagement. So I know we've done a ton of work, so communications, thank you for all the work that you've done around this and sending everything out. And I know I talked to Diane yesterday, and she's been trying to get it out. So it's not at the lack of effort of trying, but I am wondering, since we did receive some feedback asking for an evening session, that there might be some opportunity there for maybe a virtual chat with some of our preschoolers, if anybody is interested in that. I'm just throwing it out there. We don't need to decide right now. So that is all I have. Director Weinecker.
Yeah, so I had an FOC meeting where they got a presentation from Ray McNulty with the strategic plan and filled out one of the handwritten workbooks that he passed out, and a lot of similar feedback as he shared today. And we also went over the fiscal policies that Ms. Schleichner, I say it in my head correctly, presented on. And she did great on receiving feedback from them. I was able to follow the red line that was missing, and she covered everything perfectly. And also about, what's going on at the legislature with school finance was discussed, and obviously everyone agreed that if we are shortfalled from doing enrollment by actuals, that would not be a good thing. So everyone's anxious to see more to come there. And then I've also visited a couple schools in Highlands Ranch, and same thing, they agreed that the communication's been great and they feel like their feedback has been well received. And I do appreciate visiting these schools, because it does really show that they do have their own wonderful communities and how this will really be an emotional effect on the schools. And I think our staff is doing a great job on taking that into account and being sensitive around that and trying to do the best they can. And I think our schools feel that too. Looking forward, I'm looking forward to going to a library engagement where hopefully someone comes this time. We'll see, next Tuesday. And then Apple Awards on the 29th. Looking forward to seeing everyone there. And I hope I covered everything. Oh, one more thing, sorry. I did go to the Parker State of the town and saw our legend principal, Jason Jacob, receive the Impact Award that Superintendent Kane mentioned earlier, and was very proud of him. He is retiring this year, so it was one of those, thank you for all the many years you've taught our students in Parker, and was the principal at Legend. He opened Legend there, and I spoke to him later, and he told me he actually didn't even know he was getting the award, and didn't prepare anything, so he just spoke from the heart, and he did a great job, and he thanked his wife, so that was really kind of him, and he's just a great family man, and I think he's going to be very much missed this year, or next year.
Director Meek.
Great. So I think I said this earlier, I was able to hear our strategic planning consultants conduct a couple of their sessions, their focus groups, and those have been really interesting and helpful to hear our students and our families weigh in on. I've been doing the school visits as well with the SACs, and this is budget planning time, and so what President Williams was saying around the stress around those budget decisions, and I think just trying to really help schools understand that we have money to keep them whole, right? So if students enroll outside of it after budgets are met, we're going to keep schools whole. So I just want people to hear that commitment. I think it's really important to hear that. Let's see. So with the student advisory group, it's been very busy. I feel like there's a lot to report. So if I forget anything, Director Myers can jump in. We attended the CASB Day at the Capitol in February, and we had maybe 4 parents join us as well. It was a really large group, and I think one of the parents, I was expecting him here at public comment. At the end, he said, I think I want to run and be in the legislature. And I said, well, you should come and tell that story. So maybe he'll tell it in the future. But the students had such a fabulous time. One pulled me aside at the last student advisory group meeting just to say how amazing it was. And it really impacted him. So that was wonderful to hear. The student advisory group subcommittees will be presenting to the board in April. So we need to make sure we're remembering that. And the student advisory group has invited the board and cabinet to meet with them at their next meeting on March 31st to be part of roundtable discussions. So when they were at CASB Leadership Conference, they met, all the students there were meeting with board members, and they had roundtable discussions, and it really made an impact on them. And so they're hoping to talk to as many board and cabinet members as possible at their next March meeting. Let's see, what else? Girls and Women in Sports Luncheon was on Valentine's Day. I don't think we've met since that happened. Did we? Yeah, it feels like it was a long time ago. Such an amazing event. It's so wonderful to see how we honor students, and it started off with high school mostly, and now it's middle school and high school, and I think Ms. Hyatt was saying CHASA comes and they're amazed when they see how we celebrate the students, and honestly the families are celebrated as well. So that was a fantastic event as well. And I know we had talked about updating the student advisory group bylaws, but I think we finally realized we don't need to because the changes all should be in the handbook moving forward. So we'll be working with the student advisory group on that. And I think that's it for me.
Great. Director Thompson.
So Director Weiner gave the update on FOC. I was ill, so I wasn't able to attend, but I do have some upcoming visits in Highlands Ranch this week. We have an upcoming library session with preschoolers or parents of preschoolers, and safety and security tomorrow, so.
Director Myers.
Director Meek did a great job on SAG. We had a lot of information there, so we hope that everybody will show up for our March 31st. I believe they're providing Qdoba. So they're pretty excited to have you come. I also went to the girls and women's sports. I'm going to have to give a shout out to Mr. Brad Whitakus because he can sure handle the microphone quite well. He's quite the MC, which I have to go back and I remind him how old he is because he had my daughter in first year at Castle Rock Middle School when he was a brand new teacher. So I want him to remain humble, you know, so he knows, because my daughter's now 40, so I do that a lot with him. But he's great, which I understand when you see him at the mic, why he was so loved as a teacher. He just is one of those guys. Let's see, I went to 221. I was supposed to go to a DCCF retreat. We have now postponed because that was a snow day. So we've postponed that till March 21st, but I did attend a DCYI Lunch and Learn. Learned a lot about developmental pathways in Douglas County and just how we work so well with a lot of our community people and referencing back and forth, and they just work so well. Dr. Stephanie Crawford, all of our people and her and I are on that DCYI together. Let's see. Yes, President Williams and I have attended, I think it's 5 schools now. So we'll do 3 more tomorrow. Heard the same thing. But what really resonates with me is the fantastic staff, administration, and educators, and meeting, especially those elementary schools. You know, I was a middle school, but those elementary kids they just warm your heart when you walk in the halls, and they just think it's awful special, and they looking at when you come into a school, and they certainly don't mind telling you things and talking to you. So these are great experiences, but we just need to give a shout out to our administrators and our teachers for doing such a good job for transitioning our kids. And I'm going to make this brief. One of the ones that I believe President Williams and I went to, and I told him a story about when my kids were 3rd grade and 1st grade. We lived in Texas. We had moved quite a bit because of my husband's job. And so I went in crying to my daughter's 1st grade teacher because we had to move again. And we were moving from Texas to California for another little job transfer. And I said, I don't know how my kids, how are they going to do? And I just remember she was the 1st grade teacher you want all your kids to have. And she said, you know what, you're going to set the attitude for your family. And you're going to be the one that's going to make the move. But I can tell you when you do this, when you move your kids will be resilient. They'll be flexible, they'll be able to adapt. And so change is not a bad thing. And it's not going to be in this district either, because we have people that are going to make all of this successful. And so just thank you.
Director Geiger.
Thank you. I've been doing my board updates, so I hope you've read them. I've been to 3 additional SAC parent meetings. From the parents, I'm getting similar stuff. Particularly a couple of schools were very up to date, very understanding, and very clear about their concerns. And so I think we're getting that out. I think we're being able to address those. And I'm to the point now that I believe that people are accepting that school pairing is going to happen, and now they're concerned about how it's going to work and how it's going to impact them. And I think that's important. The Eagle Ridge World Culture Night was a kick. Probably had 150 people in there. The kids were running around, kids in various cultural costumes, some really good food. If you ever go back to that next year, do not eat before you go. There was just everything from British treacle pie to mimosas, to Indian food, to Persian food, whose name I can't recall. So that was a joy. Brief legislative update coming from the legislature. Items 1 through 8 of the budget. That's just eating up everybody's time. It's also eating up some good bills like Representative Marshall's tax exemption for teachers, because if it goes to appropriation, it dies. There's just no money for some good stuff. Things that might affect us. There is a bill flowing through about cell phone policies that basically says have a cell phone policy. Feels a little bit more like, it's not like we haven't thought about this stuff, but it feels a little bit more goodwill. On Representative Hamrick's dyslexia screening bill, I understand we had a strong meeting with our people there to help her with that legislation. It's not been drafted yet, or it's not been introduced yet. It's in the drafting process, but we're having a lot of good say on that. Let's see. There are a couple of seclusion and restraint bills wandering through. One is better than the other, and we're supporting what we think is the better one that's more consistent with our policies. Representative Hamrick has a bill where the Department of Education will draft information, particularly about gun safety and safe storage, that will then come down to the districts to be distributed. I've talked to the superintendent on that. That seems like a good way for us to also partner with a lot of our law enforcement, our local law enforcement on those key issues. That's about all I've got from the legislature. I get weekly updates, and I appreciate staff, Allison, doing a great job, and her patience with me on that. Just repeating, people are, the other thing I'm seeing on the growth and decline is exactly what you mentioned, sixth grade. Everybody wants to know how we're gonna do that, when we're gonna do that. We've gotten a memo from Acres Green and Fox Creek, Saks. Generally, the perception I'm getting is do it and do it one time.
All or nothing, yeah.
You're getting the same thing. Just get it done. And I know that's part of our strategic plan discussion as well, but I think, I was very excited today to see that, seems that our people, our communities are joining that well. So a lot of work still to do in Highlands Ranch, but people are accepting it. I know we're talking about when that announcement's gonna be made. I've solved the problem with the emails is I'll be in England. So I'll be 7 hours behind ahead of everybody and how that works. But I do want to tell, once again, and I will continue to do this, staff has done an excellent job putting the information out there, talking to people. I've been to so many meetings. People who care about this process know about this process, and that would not have been done if staff had not worked hard for the last 2 years. And of course, the board has done their portion of it as well. So, thank you.
Director Moore.
The Girls and Women in Sports Luncheon was fabulous, as mentioned by a few of you. It was fun. It was impressive what these athletes do. And what most impressed me was how good they are at being students before they are athletes. And that was really highlighted in a lot of the accomplishments by these young ladies, so very impressive. Director Geiger and I and Superintendent Kane, we had our pre-K community engagement meeting last week, went really well. Was not well attended, unfortunately. Would have liked to have had some people come talk to us. But I appreciate the effort to get the word out and for everybody showing up. And had we had people come, would have gone even better. Safety and security meeting tomorrow with Director Thompson, and LRPC meeting tomorrow night. And I think Director Thompson and we have some school visits on Friday. So be a busy week, but or rest of the week, so to speak, but I can't outdo any of you with your effort lately, so that's all I got.
And everyone, please enjoy your spring break. With that, I will take a motion regarding adjournment.
So moved.
Second, third.
Wow, okay. Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek. Moore. Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger. Aye. Passes 7-0. The meeting is now adjourned.